Check, check. One, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. Invoices. 1, 2. One, two. Check, check. Check, 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 check.
Let's be real, a pile of sweets on the floor. And
there's literally hundreds of you here. Wow, what an absolute treat. And on a sunny day in Aberdeen as well. Thank you so much for coming out to Granite Noir. I'll start again. On behalf of Aberdeen Performing Arts and the festival partners, I'm very delighted to welcome you to Granite Noir 2025. My name's Peggy Hughes, and I'm the Chief Executive at the National Centre for Writing, based down in Norwich. And I'm delighted to be here with you all today for this event, Dead Funny. I'm going to get everybody to wave. Kristen Perrin, Joanna Wallace, and Chris Brookmeyer. Whether you are a seasoned Granite Noir attendee, or if this is your very first visit to this or to any festival, is that my mic making that noise, by the way? It is, isn't it? Let me see if I can sort that. Is that better? There we go. Whether you're here with us in the room today, or whether you are joining us via the live stream, let's wave to the people at the back who are on the live stream. Hello and welcome. Very welcome. Very glad you could be here. Thank you to Leslie Crerar, who is our BSL interpreter, and thank you to Waterstones, who are doing the book stall. Format today, we've got 1 hour together. I'm going to introduce everybody in a little bit more depth, and then we're going to chat about their just wonderful books, and we're going to leave some time for questions and comments from you, and then we will rush the signing table, hopefully. So with the introductions, Kristen Perrin is originally from Seattle, Washington, where she spent several years working as a bookseller before moving to the UK for further study for a master's and a PhD. She lives with her family in Surrey, where she can be found poking around vintage bookstores, stomping in the mud with her 2 kids. How to Seal Your Own Fate is her second novel, and her first, How to Solve Your Own Murder, was a Jimmy Fallon book club book in 2024, which is no small thing. We might talk about that. Joanna Wallace studied law at Birmingham University and was a commercial litigation solicitor before she started to write novels. She runs a family business and lives in Buckinghamshire with her husband, children and dog. The Dead Friend Project is her second book and follows her debut novel, You'd Look Better as a Ghost, which was published in 2023 to much acclaim, including winning Best Debut Crime Novel of the Year in the Crime Fiction Lover Awards. And Joanna herself was also shortlisted for Best Crime Author. So fabulous. And Chris Brookmeyer, not his second novel, it goes without saying. He's been at it for over 25 years, since the multi-award-winning Sunday Times bestseller, Quite Ugly One Morning, was published. And since then, Chris has established himself as one of the most popular crime writers in the UK, as well as a very busy extracurricular roster, which includes activities such as the Scottish Writers Football Team, the fun-loving Crime Writers Band, who I think are on tomorrow night, and appearances on all sorts of celebrity sort of quiz shows as well. In a previous life, Chris worked for Screen International, which involved trips to Los Angeles, and subsequently The Cut, which centres on the film industry, is a TV adaptation that he's working on with his wife, Marissa. We're here, though, to talk about Chris's novel, The Cracked Mirror, which was the winner of the McIlvanney Book of the Year. So I'm going to ask you just to join me in giving them another really warm welcome. Thank you. Thank you. So, Dead Funny. Right, before we get into how dead funny these books are, I wonder, and Kristen, we'll start with you, if you could set the scene for folks, just of what's going on in this, your second novel, just so we know what we're dealing with.
In my second book, yeah. So in How to Seal Your Own Fate, we pick up, where How to Solve Your Own Murder leaves off. And in the first one, without giving spoilers, we have our main character, Annie, who has been thrust into a weird country life in a large, kind of creepy house, and is there with the extensive files from her great aunt Frances, who was so paranoid about a fortune that she received in 1965 that one day she would be murdered, that she spends her life digging up dirt on her entire town so that she can try to prevent this murder. And in book one, Frances is murdered, and Annie is our amateur sleuth who kind of finds herself by trying to solve this murder. How to Seal Your Own Fate, the fortune teller who gave Frances that fortune is the person at the center of this book. And we look into who Peony Lane, the fortune teller, is and was, because she is our murder victim at the beginning of How to Seal Your Own Fate. So it's all about looking at this person who was the instigator of the complete changes in Annie's life and her great Aunt Frances's life, and who could possibly want to kill Peony Lane, this woman who deals out deadly fortunes like they're candy.
I feel we need to speak about them as a set, really, because they're obviously, as you say, they're part of a world of this Castle Knoll series. Was it always the way, when you first started to write the first one, was it always going to be part of this world that you were building, or do you know?
That was the dream, but when you're writing, because this is How to Solve Your Own Murder is my debut, there was always this sense of like, will I get that much? Like, will I get a series? It almost makes you think like, am I pushing the envelope here, like with my ego being like, I'm going to write 7 books. And so I wrote it as a standalone, but like deep in my heart of hearts, I was like, what if I could do more? Like, I have some things I could. So there are little kind of Easter eggs I planted more for myself, because I was like, nothing's ever coming. This book's never going to go anywhere. Nobody's going to want it, But just things in case, like little insurance policies for myself. And I was really glad I did, because with How to Seal Your Own Fate, I was like, great, we can pluck these out and use these. So there are tethers between the 2 books. So yeah, reading them in order, it will give the best experience. But you could read the second one without reading the first. You might just have to kind of take notes and keep track of all of our characters.
Something I really admired about the book was its sort of, I want to say intergenerationalness, that kind of almost only murders in the building, knives out quality that I think the book has. Could you say a little bit more about that? Because I think you wrote for middle grade, sort of young adults before these books.
Yeah, one of the things that actually changed the entire book of How to Solve Your Own Murder, I wrote the whole thing, I wrote 95,000 words of it, and it was a different book, completely. And my agent gave me a lot of advice on how to kind of tighten up the murder mystery and all of that, and the entire book was just written in the modern day with only Annie's perspective. Her aunt was dead, we had her investigating her dead aunt's life. And then I thought, wait a minute, when I went to rewrite it, what if we have her aunt's voice on the page in 1965? And we had the 2 mysteries interlocking, but also the 2 voices set, how many years apart, decades apart, these 2 women who have never met each other. And it was sort of this idea of what if Annie is our amateur sleuth, and Frances is actually kind of her sidekick from beyond the grave. In all of this, because she was trying to set up, if she's murdered, someone's got to have to solve it, because she's so sure that she's going to be murdered. And yeah, so that was sort of where that came from.
Lovely, thank you. We'll obviously come back for more, but Joanna, can you similarly sort of give us a bit of flavour, context to Dead Friend Project?
So the Dead Friend Project is my second novel. It's a standalone, and it's a murder mystery set around the politics and the kind of treachery and intrigue of the school run. As a mum of 4 children, who I had quite close together, I spent many years at the primary school doing the school run, and I sat in enough PTA meetings to think, how are more people not getting killed at these? I genuinely don't understand why that isn't happening weekly. So I thought it would be a really fun kind of, while I was standing in the playground picking up my children, plotting murder, I thought it would be quite good to actually put that in a book. And so Dead Friend Project follows, the main character is a mum of 3 called Beth, who's having a terrible time. Her husband has left her for another mum at the school gates, and worse than that, her best friend Charlotte has died, killed in a road traffic accident whilst out running. And as Beth starts to kind of glean more information about that night, she starts to wonder, was Charlotte's death really just an accident? And she starts to become very suspicious of some of these other very perfect parents down at the school gates. So she starts to wonder, maybe they're not quite so perfect as they're making out. So she starts to investigate, and that becomes her project.
Wonderful. There's a very knowing laugh from the audience here. Motherland with Murder, as Emma
It's,
Curtis.
yeah, Motherland Murder.
Not so much a
yeah.
knowing laugh as a complicit laugh.
Just painful. What would you say that it's a standalone book? It doesn't have a relationship to the first. But what did the first give to the second, if you like? In the writing of the first, what did you learn, I suppose, or what then made its way in, or didn't make its way in?
So I suppose the first book I wrote, writing was never my job. It was just something I did in my spare time, and I spent many years, like many writers, like 11 years trying to get an agent, sending my writing out and just getting hundreds and hundreds of rejections. So when I wrote my first book, which is about, it's a completely different book about a part-time serial killer who sees her victims as ghosts before she kills them. That's how she kind of decides who she's going to kill. I wrote that I didn't think anyone was ever going to read it. And then suddenly it got published. And so I had to write a second book. And I guess by then, though, I'd kind of found my voice. And my voice in my book is it's dark humour. So I kind of do explore some dark... In my first book, I wrote it when my dad was dying in a psychiatric ward of early onset dementia. So I was in quite a dark place. But there's always humour that comes in at very dark times. Even visiting him, he was in the psychiatric ward for 13 months. And he hated it there. He was under section. He couldn't come out. And he absolutely hated it. But I have to say, there were some times in that ward that I used to visit him every day that were very, very funny. And I think if you lose that ability to kind of lean into that humour, dark times can be even worse. And so I think that kind of went into my writing. And in doing that, I found my voice, which my voice is, in my writing, is dark humour. And that's, again, what I explore in Dead Friend Project, because the main character, Beth, she's actually, because she's having such a tough time, she's drinking far too much. So you don't really know whether her recollections of what happened on the night her friend died are correct, because she drinks till she gets to blackout. And I suppose that's what I learned, really, was finding what my voice was, and then to lean into that. And even though I can create different worlds, it's always that voice, it's always the dark humour that I will always keep coming back to.
Brilliant. We are totally coming back to humour, by the way. Just before we move on to Chris for a spell, what about the Schoolgate mums? Do they have a view on this? I'm just wondering, did it land? Any?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, I mean, the setting is my children's local. Luckily, all my children now are teenagers, so they're at secondary school, and everyone will know once your kids go to secondary school, they don't want their parents anywhere near them. So I don't actually have to speak to any parents now. So luckily, this book was published after my youngest left primary school. So if I had to do like a tombola at a summer fair or something now with this book out, and I think the reality is, all the other mums are like, oh, is that character me? And is that character? They're secretly, everybody I know secretly wants to be in a book. I just can't guarantee how long they're going to be in it and when I'm going to kill them.
Fabulous. Okay, Chris, ditto. Tell us about this cracked mirror.
The elevator pitch for the cracked mirror would be what would happen if someone like Miss Marple had to team up with someone like Harry Bosch to take two detectives from the sort of complete opposite poles of the entire crime fiction spectrum. So it's about a woman called Penelope Coyne, who's in her 80s and lives in a wee Perthshire village, a very well-to-do Perthshire village, sort of demographically very prosperous, very tourist-driven. And despite that demographic prosperity, there's an awful lot of murders, and which all get solved by Penny Coyne. She's heard all the jokes about her name. The name actually came from my sister had a classmate who was born on Decimal Day, and the nurses all came round and said, "Oh, are you going to call her Penny? Are you going to call her Penny?" And her mum's like, "Check the end of the bed where her name was, because her surname was Coyne." So she's called her Gillian, but I held on to Penny Coyne in my head. And so Penny solves these murders, but she's in her 80s and she is conscious that things aren't quite as clear as they used to be. And then she gets an invitation to a wedding, and she loves going to a wedding, but and it's to one of her favourite hotels in Perthshire, but she doesn't recognise the names of the people who are getting married or anyone who's invited her. She thinks it might be an administrative error. She's still going to go. But what she's also aware of is because she's losing her memory, that it might be to do with that. And so she wherever she goes, there tends to be murders. So she's kind of like the archetype, the Miss Marple archetype from the Cosy End. She lives in a village called Glen Cluther, which is literally translates to Cosy Glen. But then this is when a few chapters in you'll think there's been a binding error with the book, because suddenly it goes from Perthshire and a number of chapters called The Corpse in the Confessional to a chapter that says Everybody Dies Alone. And it's narrated from the point of view of Johnny Hawk, who is a classic maverick LAPD homicide detective, kind of guy who's always in trouble with his captain. He's always having to break in a new partner because his partners tend to go the way of Spinal Tap drummers. And he is asked to investigate an apparent suicide at a movie studio. And he's asked to investigate it thoroughly, professionally, but discreetly, and Johnny manages 2 out of 3. And he's not convinced that it's a suicide, and there's that very powerful studio head who's bringing pressure to bear. So basically gets himself suspended, and on his suspension decides he's going to investigate the last clue that he has found, which is an invitation to a wedding in Perthshire. And of course, we get 2 classic detectives from either end of the spectrum, 2 great detectives in one place at a wedding. There's going to be more murder. And that's as much as I can say, because it gets a wee bit complicated after that.
I must say, I was one of the readers who thought, wait a minute, what's going on? Like, have I missed
I had
something?
a woman at an event said she was listening while running on her phone, listening to the audiobook, and she stopped to check her phone in case it had jumped to a different book. Because there was this sort of like wee old lady voice, and then suddenly it goes to some American male, also switching from past tense to present tense. She's thinking, I didn't buy a book called Everybody Dies Alone, you know.
I mean, it's an incredibly complex book, Chris. How did you, I guess Pennycoin was the starting engine, if you like, but would that not, is that fair? Or
no, the starting point was actually my editor tweeted something once. He tweeted a couple of years ago to say, I'd love to publish a meta murder mystery. And I immediately reacted to that because I like meta things. You know, I'm a big fan of things like The Cabin in the Woods. And my first novel, Quite Ugly One Morning, I remember that was like praised for subverting the conventions of the genre. And the truth was I was merely ignorant of the conventions of the genre. I wasn't actually playing with them at all, but I was sort of drawn to the idea of something meta that would deconstruct the genre, but not in that kind of wanky way where it's like clearly the writer thinks he's so above this genre. You know, I wanted it to be a kind of love letter to the genre, but I wasn't quite sure how I would pull this together. The idea of having a Miss Marple type character and when I say Harry Bosch, someone who's like hard-boiled and maybe as much a product of like me watching 80s and 90s action movies, how would I put these 2 things together? And I wasn't clear how I would do that, or whether if something that's meta can be quite emotionally sterile. And I said to my editor, look, this is something I can only do if I can make you cry. And I was walking to the airport one day from the car park, and this image popped in my head, and it was St Mary Mead, Miss Marple's village. If you can picture St Mary Mead and a SWAT team descending on it in like full Kevlar body armour, Heckler Koch submachine guns, helicopters, a firefight ensuing, all the stuff you would never see in St Mary Mead. And that was the eureka moment. It's like, yes, they take and I guess it became a vehicle for me to take the things that I love about crime fiction and look at them, or allow the reader as well to see these things as if for the first time again, because you're seeing the world of the cosy through the eyes of someone who's from the hard-boiled world, and vice versa. So you get to have all the cliches and conventions and have fun with them without acting like that. It's reminding us why we love those conventions and tropes.
Absolutely. And I think she's more than capable of it, Pennycoin. I mean, she's right in that world, to be fair. She's not phased, as they say.
No, she's but she is aware that things in her world have changed when Johnny turns up. Because when he comes over to Perthshire, she's aware that the type of murder that she's investigating has got a wee bit more gruesome. She's used to murders where there's like no blood and, it's quite polite murders, and also motives that usually involve a disputed inheritance or something, and it all gets a bit more squalid once Johnny turns up. And equally, Johnny's slightly fazed by the fact that he's used to kicking indoors in crack dens, and now suddenly, even when he takes her back to California, he finds himself at lots of champagne receptions, and finding also to his surprise that if you're polite to people, they sometimes tell you the information you want to know.
The twin set world. Joe, going to come back over to you now. Often, you hear writers saying that the characters dictate how a novel sort of goes, taking them to unexpected places. So I just wonder how much of this novel that was in your grasp when you sat down. Was there anything that sort of surprises that came in or new directions that happened as you were writing it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, how I write is I don't plot anything. So I just discover the story as I write. So I don't have any, all I knew with this one was I wanted to base it around murders around a school run. That was it. And then slowly, I don't even necessarily start writing at the beginning of the book. I just start writing a scene, like, in the playground, for example, and I'll just start to build from that. And then my characters kind of they just kind of appear in my mind, often when I'm walking my dogs, and then they'll start talking to each other, and then I'll often start talking what they're saying, and which can look dodgy because a lot of my characters swear, and so I'll just be talking. But that's kind of how they come. I see how they kind of interact with each other, and I always come back to thinking, if these were real people, what would they actually like? What would they say? What would they do? And how would they get on with each other? And then from my characters, I kind of then a plot will appear. So it's all really just kind of organic. It just kind of all happens, and it just it's quite. The first book that I wrote like that, it was fine because I didn't have an agent, I didn't have a publishing deal. I could have spent the next 30 years writing it like that. It would have been fine. When you're writing to deadline, it gets a little bit more scary because you think, what if I don't? At some point, what if I don't know what the plot is? If my brain doesn't tell me what's going to happen? But luckily, it always kind of has. And I think the secret is just being with the story every single day and really getting to know the characters. But they kind of just appear. The one that in my first book, the serial killer is she's in a bereavement group, because I thought that would be quite funny to put a serial killer sitting in a bereavement group and kind of talking about grief, but whilst killing the people in the group. And I just thought that was a funny situation and that was just the idea. So that's how it started. I had no idea who the other people. And then when I was walking my dog, I suddenly was thinking, who could be in the group sitting with her? And then in my mind, I just saw the door it was in like a church hall, just a normal kind of church hall where they were going to have this group. And this guy walked in, and I could see him in my mind, and he looked kind of disheveled, and then when he sat down, he started talking in a Welsh accent. So throughout the book, I referred to him as the Welshman, and he was such a big character in it, and he was so funny, and I loved him. And he kind of, it sounds really strange now, but he kind of then with me helped determine who else was going to be in the group. So my mind would throw up other people, and it was like the Welshman was saying, no, not that one. And then between us, we kind of got our group of characters together. And then I'm not going to say what happens to the Welshman, because obviously he's in a bereavement group with a serial killer, so nobody's safe. But that's kind of how I do it. I just have one idea, like the school, like the playground, murder in the playground, or a bereavement group with a serial killer, and everything kind of just builds from there.
Sounds like there's quite a lot of heavy lifting or engineering in the post-edit for you then, if you're kind of following your nose, and then it's like, oh my
Absolutely.
God, what do I do all this?
Yeah, that's why. So I've just finished writing the first draft of my third book, which is a sequel to the serial killer book, my first book, and I've just finished it, and now I know how the story ends. Now I have to go back and make the beginning make sense. So there's a lot of going back to that point and just making it kind of make sense. So I know a lot of writers that plot everything out, and they spend a lot of time plotting everything out, and I just kind of go for it. But it still takes as much time, because then they know how it's all going to work. I have to go back now and change it all. But that's the only way I know how to write. If I had to sit down and someone put a gun to my head and said, right, you have to plot out a whole novel, they'd just have to shoot me, because I wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't know. The ideas don't come until I start writing, and that's how it's just been.
Brilliant. Thank you. Kristen, ditto for you. How is it? Is it sort of already plotted when you get to the desk, as it were, or?
Yeah, I have a mixture, because similar to Joe, there's something about surprising yourself. I mean, I feel like if I plan stuff a bit too much, it kind of takes the air out of it. And but at the same time, I have always been one of those, super do my homework. I'm going to follow all the rules kind of people. So I write a meticulous outline so that I cannot listen to it. And I think it's just this idea of like, okay, it's like warming up. It's like your car's frozen over and you turn it on and you have to just wait for it to thaw out. And it's not driving anywhere. It's just kind of running through the motions of being a car. And I thought maybe it was just that's the way it was with my first book, and that was because I wasn't, used to doing this, and I was going to find my process. But every time now, I still have to do the same thing. And so... Yeah, there have been things that I've plotted in advance that I've been like, I'm actually really excited to get to that one scene because that's bananas, Like, I can't wait to see how that comes out on the page. And you're trying to get it out on the page, and then it just takes a sharp left turn. You're like, well, where did that come from? And that is one of the most fun parts of writing, I think, is when you can... I think also I love to write myself into a corner and be like, get yourself out of this one. Because I feel like if I'm going into it being like, how is this going to resolve? The reader's going to be right there with me as well. So... Sometimes I end up adding a bit too many twists and turns because when I know what's going to happen and I'm trying to surprise myself and playing around with this world on the page, I can get a little bit too kind of into that because I know when I know what's going to happen, I feel like everybody else can see through it. Like they can see who the murderer is. I need to put some more twists and turns in here. And thankfully, my editors are kind of like, right, no, it's okay. We can pull some of these out. Save them for future books. You don't have to just like pack everything in at once like a nice little crime burrito. Nobody needs extra lettuce in a burrito. You can take that out. But I have to try them all to see which ones are going to be like the meat of it, because sometimes something that in an outline, I'm like, that sounds really good. When I get to it, I'm like, it's not as good as I thought it was, but we'll put it in there. And then something I thought was minor and was going to maybe be, I don't know, a little bump in the road or a side adventure or whatever, turns into something that I'm like, oh no, that's actually really fun. So yeah, there's a lot of experimenting, but I do try to work with a framework, that I then throw away.
Yeah, you've got to kill your darlings, as it were.
Yeah.
But it's a really important point, Chris, isn't it? Especially with a book that's very complex, to bring the reader with you and do some of the heavy work for them, I suppose. Would that be the case for Cracked Mirror, would you say?
Yeah, well, because conceptually it's very complex, I realised it was incumbent upon me to create something that the reader would flow through quite quickly, so it wouldn't feel like a grind to them. But I mean, I had to do an awful lot of work in making sure it all made sense in blending these two. It wasn't just about writing from the normal experience of writing from two different characters' points of view. I had to write in two different literary styles, and I had to completely commit to them both. There was no point in it feeling to the reader like, oh, he likes writing the hard-boiled stuff, but he's kind of half-arsing the cosy side of it. So I had to make sure all of that worked. But I mean, in terms of the overall picture, I mean, I started off, I would write novels and just come up with an idea and see where it took me. A good example would be like when I wrote All Fun and Games Until Somebody Loses an Eye. And I thought, a 46-year-old grandmother from East Kilbride gets sucked into a world of espionage, and it just took me all these places, and the book got longer and longer, and eventually I had to try and pull it into some kind of plot. But as the years have gone on, I've become more careful about what I'm plotting, because especially if you've got a book that's got massive revelations, I think you need the analogy I draw is with a magician. The magician doesn't take the stage till everything's in place, because you're going to be misdirecting people, and that surprise should be surprising but inevitable. That sense that the twist, they should have seen it coming, so you have to plot that very carefully. But the Cracked Mirror was, for so many reasons, I think it's possibly the hardest book I've ever written, but I was determined that it wouldn't feel like a hard book to read. And it's a product of the fact that, because I write with my wife, Marissa Hatesman, We write as Ambrose Parry, and we're talking about that at the music hall later tonight. But that changed how I write. When there's two of you writing together, you have to plan a lot more explicitly. We have a whiteboard with like our 5-act structure and lots of index cards and different coloured cards for different characters. And that's all really driven by Marissa getting frustrated by me keeping stuff in my head. And it also comes from us having, we've learned a lot from each other. I mean, it's like the buddy cop thing where they both get a wee bit more like each other by the end, having annoyed each other throughout the first 3 acts. That's our marriage, I think. But or certainly that's our creative collaboration, is that I would sort of say to Marissa, look, you can't know everything, otherwise it feels like your characters are on rails. You know, you can't know all in advance. And you have to just sometimes let the characters tell you how you'll get from this part to the next. And equally, I think she kind of knocked it into my head, but it helps if I know what's going to happen next, if I'm supposed to write one of these chapters, Chris, you know. And but we're coming from these different points of view, whereas as someone who's been writing for years and years, I'm always excited by the fact that on any given day, I can suddenly find myself writing or dealing with something that I had not anticipated, you know, just completely out of the blue, just something precipitated, and that's exciting to me. Marissa was an anaesthetist for 20 years. If you turn up to work and something you did not anticipate just suddenly happens, that's not a good day at work. Equally as an anaesthetist, you can't just walk in and say, let's just see how this goes. So she sort of taught me to be more explicit in my planning, and I've taught her to, as she puts it, take her hands off the wheel a wee bit. But the experience of that meant that not only did that discipline me in my structuring, it meant that when it came to the Cracked Mirror, I'd the concept or the characters in my head and a rough idea of the story, but I thought structurally this is going to have to be very carefully plotted. So we worked together on that. You know, that's the great thing of having someone you can collaborate with, is that we were able to, if I could make sure that the idea made sense to Marissa, and also she would rein me in from it getting too technical or geeky at any point. And so if I knew if it made sense to her, because she can be very, very explicit in her disapproval if something's not making sense. If it made sense to her, it was going to make sense to most readers. So.
Lucky you.
Yes.
Great first reader. We're laughing away here. I feel we'll shortchange you if we don't explicitly have a little chat about the humour in all of these 3 brilliant novels. Kristen, I'm going to come to you first. Just to say, you know, these are funny books, but that doesn't mean that they don't have obviously dark, difficult things happen. What does humour mean to you, as I suppose, as a reader and as a writer, and how do you navigate when to deploy it and when not? Like, what's it doing in the dark places in your book? Would you say? I
think for me, the humor comes out in the just descriptions of ridiculous, the ridiculous side of dark situations, similar to what Joe was saying earlier. You know, mine strikes probably a more typical tone with the cozy, you know, it lends into a lot of tropes. But at the same time, I kind of, I think of it almost as like winking at the genre a bit, because it's taking together a lot of things that I grew up with. I grew up in Washington State, very near a town that was famous for one thing, and that was that it's where the show Twin Peaks was filmed. And I was too young, I was not allowed to watch it when I was young, but then I watched it in my 20s and became a massive fan of Twin Peaks, because also it was all these images of my home, but it is this sense of like dark and light right next to each other, and there's a silliness, but it is because I think it's just this sense of being alive and being a fully complete human. You know, you're not just, you know, feeling this one emotion, you know, something bad happens and that's what you're stewing in or sitting in. And I think it makes for more kind of interesting and complex characters. That being said, I definitely have to write in someone's voice. So both Annie and Frances are first-person narratives. Frances, we have diaries from 1965. Hers strike the darker tone. Annie, modern day, is much more of the light-hearted side of things. It's much more of the kind of absurdity of the, you know, the Colonel Mustard in the library with the candlestick, but, you know, in that winking at the genre sort of sense. And also because I like to... it comes out organically in discovering a character and working in their voice and thinking, I have never been in these kinds of situations. You know, what would I can put a little bit of myself and my own kind of, imaginative observations, kind of like what would it be like to experience this? And there is a sense of wanting to kind of poke at it a little bit and try and find a funny side in describing it.
And you mentioned Annie, I mean, she follows in a proud tradition of sort of amateur sleuth writers as well. Why did you want to play with that idea of her role as the amateur sleuth and as a writer as well, who's struggling to find her?
Partially because I'm lazy, and I knew that if I were to write something from a police perspective, I'd have to do a lot more research, because there's a lot of things that need to happen a certain way. Whereas if you have an amateur sleuth, they can make mistakes, they can not know what they're doing, and that also makes for a little bit more fun for me, because I like a character who is finding their way, as the reader is also kind of finding their way through the mystery as well. And so with Annie, it was just this sense of, it was the first time I was trying my hand at this genre. You mentioned briefly, I was a children's writer, leading up to this, and this was, I was working on this during lockdown because I was just wanting to amuse myself. It was a weird time for all of us, and I was just like, you know what, I want to write what I want to read, and it's going to be this. So I think the amateur sleuth side of that was kind of like I wanted to swim in that world, and I don't have the expertise of someone who is official, and so the amateur sleuth side of things just and there's a lot of personality in amateur sleuths. They end up being somewhere they don't want to be a lot, and they end up Annie has a terrible fear of needles and blood, and I liked that combination of an amateur sleuth who absolutely faints at the sight of blood or dead bodies and is trying to kind of be like, I'm not going to pass out, I'm not going to throw up, we can do this. So yeah, that was kind of where that came from.
And she's among friends. I mean, we're all amateur sleuths at heart.
Yeah, yeah.
Jo, Beth is, so much sort of savage humour in this book, but she's such a tragic figure in a way. Like, she really did move me a lot. And I wonder if you could say a little bit about balancing that particular palette of, as you said, she's got challenges with alcoholism. Her husband's left her for another school mum. Like, how do you get that exactly right, that balance?
I think practically reading things out loud, I think you can hear when especially when I'm exploring dark things like Beth's alcoholism or something, you can then hear there needs to be a funny thing here to kind of break. You can tell when there needs to be, because I think of like life, all of our lives, it can be really, really hard, can't it? This is hard, isn't it? And none of us are getting out of here alive. I mean, life, not here. And it's
wow.
And so, I mean, I know some people have it much worse than others, but we're all going to know grief, we're all going to know suffering, we're all going to know difficult times, we just are. And for me, humour is just like it's a little like relief, it's like taking the pressure off just for a little bit to give you enough kind of resources to get back in the game and to keep going. And I think that in the school run, I mean, and I think there can be challenges and stresses in the everyday. So the school run, for example, but when I was picking up my kids there were parents getting properly stressed and properly upset and properly, kind of depressed about things. And sometimes the humour would just allow you to take a step back. And so where we live, I don't know if it's the same here, but it's very much all about the 11 plus, for example, and there's a lot of pressure put on young children to get into the grammar schools. And parents that I knew, would make themselves ill with this stress and getting their kids to the tutoring and everything. Our 4 children, none of them wanted to do the tutoring, but they all wanted to sit the exam because they wanted to beat their siblings' scores. So I think the pass mark was 121. So on the day that the results would come out, you'd have parents in the playground pacing, some people vomiting. I mean, I'm not joking, really stressed. I'd have my kids coming out going, yes, I got 82. I beat Grace. And that's why none of mine came anywhere near the pass mark. But things like that is when I think that's where you've got to take a step back and say, this is actually funny. This is funny. And actually, the kids have got it right, actually. Why shouldn't they just be, celebrating this? They've still massively, failed. But I would just say, well done for having a go. You go into the comprehensive and everything's going to be okay. We don't need all this stress. And for me, that's what I think I try to write about, the everyday. But I think there's an awful lot of anxiety and stress that is in the everyday. And then I try to just, poke a little bit of saying, look, if you take a step back, stuff is actually quite funny. And we are allowed to laugh. And we're allowed to laugh at the ridiculousness of stuff. That's what I try to do.
Achieved. Yes, good. Thank you. Up with that sort of thing. Yeah, good. Chris, to you. And then we're going to open to you. And I hope you have some questions and thoughts. Thank you. Humour, never far from it in your books.
Well, I sort of started off with a more overtly humorous style and got more serious as I got older. I think it's like when you get older, you don't know everything anymore. And so, you don't have the same sort of shallow impressions of things. And I think with The Cracked Mirror, it's probably the most playful novel I've written for a long time. It is supposed to be fun because it's about all the things we love about this genre, that it's about the escapism of the genre. Because as I say, I'd written some quite serious stuff, but in my early days, I tried, actually, that was the mistake I made. I thought that to get published, you had to be terribly serious. So Quite Ugly One Morning was actually my fourth novel. So the first three novels, I was trying to write serious crime fiction, and obviously I kind of fell foul of, there's a long-standing, quite profound prejudice in crime fiction against books that are shite. And my first three novels did fall foul of that. Some might argue that some of the subsequent ones did as well. But what kind of clicked for me was writing something humorous. My natural idiom in my growing up was in our house, there was always a lot of humour. I wrote a lot of satirical things for fanzines, and it didn't occur to me to bring that to bear in crime fiction. And it was when I did, that's when I used the great cliche of found my voice. And so I wrote a lot of satirical novels, and then I guess with The Cracked Mirror, I wanted to have that sense of fun and playfulness. And to me, it's at its best when it is, or what I loved most was when Johnny and Penny end up having to work together because they don't trust each other, they don't like each other, and it just, that spark off them, that creates a humour, it's a humour that only happens while you're with the characters writing them. You can't go back in and add a joke. It's all about how they spark off each other. I think possibly my favourite moment in the book is when Johnny turns up at Penny's library. She's a volunteer librarian in the village, and when he appears, she's not sure whether he might even be there to do her harm, because they both think each other knows more about this murder than they're letting on. But she's terribly polite. Penny's all about the rules, while Johnny's always about breaking the rules. And she's determined to be polite and to follow decorum. So even though she thinks he might be there to kill her, she makes him tea and biscuits. But as she observed to herself, she's not breaking out the tunnocks for this chancer.
Which is a very site-specific joke in its Scottishness, I feel.
Yes, but it's that. To me, it's about those moments, once you've got a chemistry between characters that allows for this kind of humour, that's when you know you're having fun. I mean, I say this book was the hardest to write overall because I thought, it's the pressure of thinking I've got a great idea here and I don't want to drop the ball. So I was under a pressure to deliver on this idea, but at the same time, on a day-to-day basis, when I knew what I was writing, I was having a great time having fun with these characters and putting them in situations that would allow their different values to rub against each other.
Brilliant. Thank you. Lovely. All right. I think we're going to get the house lights up, and there is a roving mic as well. Does anyone want to go first for us? Yeah, we've got one right in the front row and then one in the front row over there. Lovely. Thank you.
It's a question for all three writers actually today. I've always asked myself this question. It's pestered me in my brain, whether it's an action film or a TV series. If a policeman asks a question, they assume that most normal, law-abiding people will tell them the answer. I could never understand why a private detective, people will answer them. And I live my life thinking, nobody's ever approached me and asked me a question about a murder or anything else. And you think to yourself, how do you kind of have the balance of getting enough information for the plot from asking another character in the book for some information, and the other person thinking like, I have no idea who you are, you have no power to ask me any questions, I don't want to get involved, which is very much a current thing. And also, if you've got anybody, particularly under the age of 40, and it's set in today's, in the 21st century, they're not just going to go onto social media and saying, hey, there's a private detective around. How do you handle that balance of information, whereas you might not get it?
I can jump in first because my background is in social psychology and it's sort of like political social psychology. So these types of questions fascinate me. I love thinking about the way people communicate and what that says about who they are. And that's actually like a really nuanced, interesting question for crime fiction, because there is this sense of if a detective is asking questions of a variety of different people, most people's self-interest should tell them, to not answer or to protect themselves in some way. But I think with people in real life, as well as people in fiction, the variety of answers. Number one, there is, I think, a social instinct to always answer someone who comes. It depends on how the detective approaches the person, and who that detective is. So that's one kind of animal there. But if you have someone who is friendly or someone who is domineering and intimidating, there can often be just an instinct to try to provide information. But also, if something is a crime has been committed, I think people have a need to almost want to give answers or help for the most part, and if they're the guilty party and they're trying to shield themselves, they often try to blend in with everybody else by trying to perform this same thing, I think. People try to, give these layers of misinformation or try to make themselves seem innocent. So the way people answer or refuse to answer, it just gives you so much to work with. As a writer and even as a reader, you're reading through, kind of going, oh, that's suspicious, or how is that person answering this? So, even just the avoidance of answering a question, that makes someone look guilty. So I think people kind of try to smooth things over and be a part of the helpful side of an investigation, because that's what they probably think this is how we should act in a functioning society. We should care this way.
I mean, in the case of Beth, she's constantly gaslit for daring to.
Absolutely, I was going to say, she
which
isn't actually a detective, but she's trying to investigate, and I think the way that she does it is because she's friends with the suspects. It was all the time, because I knew my characters then quite well, I would be thinking in my dialogue. Dialogue's the best way to get anyone to reveal anything about themselves, I think. And I think that I would just get her to talk, and then I would, when I was writing it, think, well, this character is very, very competitive about her children, and she's going to want any excuse to show off that her children has moved up 3 reading levels and is, so much better at reading than everybody else. And can I kind of work in some way by leaning into that person's character for her to reveal something? And so I'm always going back to dialogue in my books. I think that we all show who we are by what we say and how we say it, like Kristen was saying. And I think that was what I'd always do. So if I knew in my head as the writer, I need the reader to know this in this chapter and not to know this, how can I get that in this dialogue? If I'm writing a scene with a group of 6 women in a toddler's group, how can I get those clues in a dialogue that the reader is just going to read, and I'm going to lace it with humour, so hopefully the reader's going to be laughing or whatever and not realising that actually clues are being dropped that they will then only pick up again when things are revealed later on. So for me, it's kind of dialogue and personality.
Anything to add to that, Chris?
And I think you just sort of nailed what is key to all the storytelling in crime fiction. It's all about that balance of how do you get someone to open up, and different detectives will have different methods. And with the Cracked Mirror, that's where some of the chemistry comes in, because Penny is used to far more polite and subtle methods, and Johnny does like kicking doors down and intimidating people. And it's all about, well, I suppose in this case it's all about the 2 characters learning to be a bit more like each other. Penny has to learn to get over her aversion to breaking rules, and Johnny has to start to learn what some of those rules are for. And I think it's all crime fiction is about the cat and mouse psychology of how do you get someone to open up, even in a way where they might not realise they've opened up to you.
Thank you for the question. Great. I think we had another one here. Yeah, pop your hand back up. Thank you so much. And then it's anybody else
Hi,
do?
this is another general question. I just wondered, what is the first thing that you ever wrote, and how did you get from there to being crime writers?
Do you know, I can remember from the age of about 6, as soon as I could write sentences and paragraphs, I was writing stories. So I do remember trying to write, I must have seen a bit of James Bond on the telly one night and trying to write a short story about a secret agent. And then when I was 8, I went to see Jaws, because it was 1976. So I remember writing lots of stories about people getting eaten by sharks. And I would design my own little covers for them. So I was kind of precocious in my writing ambitions, shall we say.
For me, it was my children were all very young, and I used to tell them stories at bedtime, but make up the stories. And then every night they would be like, have you got the next story coming? And when you're busy, I'd think, I haven't really thought of the story. So I would, when I was doing their dinner or whatever, I'd start thinking of that night's story so that I would have something planned. And then one day I started writing it down, and then it just got really dark. Someone died. And I thought, I'm quite enjoying this. And so I didn't tell them that story because they were really little. But that actually became my first thriller that I wrote that took me, many years to write. And when I finished it, I thought, yay, I've written a book. And I sent it out. Obviously, it was rejected by everybody. It wasn't very good. And so then I spent a few more years writing another one. And then that was rejected by everyone. And then the third one was what became You'd Look Better as a Ghost. So I think I got better. It's like anything. If you want to be a good runner, you've got to run. And writing is you've just got to keep writing, I think. I've never done a writing course. So I didn't have anyone telling me what to do. I was just writing what I wanted to write. That's how it started.
I think you should revisit these kids' ones. Trumpton Noir.
I mean, children's stories can be really dark, though. Like, they're kids, you don't underestimate them. They can deal with some stuff. Like, there's some children's books out there that you're like, wow, actually, that's, yeah. For me, it took me a really, really long time to shed the insecurity that writing was an impossible job, that better, more talented people were supposed to do than me. And I also I was a bookseller for my first ever job, and I worked in the children's section of Barnes & Noble in the US. And I loved reading the children's books and selling them to people. I just loved talking about books. And I think I just thought of it as, it was like being a writer was like being a Hollywood actor. It was just some impossible thing. And it was, again, when my children were very little, I think I just cracked in this sense where I just, didn't give a crap anymore about worrying about what people might think of me, and I wanted something for myself. And I wrote my first children's book standing up in my kitchen with my laptop in the middle of the kitchen because I had a baby gate that would keep the kids, just really small house, so I could see over into where they were playing, and I was in the kitchen, and I could trap myself in the kitchen. And I would write a few sentences, and I would do something with the kids, and then I would write a few more sentences. And it was all, I think, it was children's books because that was the world I was in at the time. And to get that from there into crime fiction, I think it took lockdown and for me to, and again, like similar to Joe, I had many books that were finished that I sent out to agents that were rejected, and then it was all right, we're on to the next one. So I think I got my agent on my 4th book that I queried, and then I sent her more material during that time, and I think How to Solve was probably my 7th or 8th finished manuscript. And I think, like I mentioned earlier, I landed in crime because it was that release in what if no one's listening? What would I write for me? And that was what that was.
Fabulous. Thank you. I think we've got time for a tiny questionette that will elicit a one-word answer from each. Anything?
Good luck.
Out there? Yes, one right at the very back. Thank you so much.
I just want to ask the panel if you could name one of your comedy influences.
I'll go first then. Billy Connolly. I
Big yin, lovely.
think I owe as much to stand-ups and narrative stand-ups as I do to novelists. In the when I did kind of find my voice as a writer, it was that stand-up type ranting narration. But I grew up with Billy Connolly and him telling stories. Not just, it wasn't about jokes, it was about telling stories about character, and it's about the fact that in a Billy Connolly routine, when you've watched him on TV or you listen to him on a record, as I did back then, when you recall, you don't recall a man on the stage, you recall all the scenes he created in your mind. So he had a huge influence on me as a writer. Him and then Bill Hicks, Lenny Bruce, people like that, but Billy Connolly above all.
I really love David Mitchell. So, you know, I love the sketch comedy show that he did, the Mitchell and Webb look. I love Upstart Crow, where he's William Shakespeare. I love the sort of academic and historical, just all of the additional cultural touchstones that he pulls in to just blend together with his humor. And it's just kind of self-effacing and acerbic, but also quite warm and witty. So yeah, I would say David Mitchell.
I would actually say Robert Webb, because I met him at something so fun, and also because I love Peep Show. I think that's hilarious, and also, but it's for me, it's all TV things. So also like things like The In-Betweeners, things like that. I will watch, which I started watching one episode with my 13-year-old son the other day, and it's actually a lot ruder than you realise. It's only when you're watching it with a child that you think.
I cringe so hard watching
it.
I know. My American
but it is hilarious.
So
it's
funny.
Jay. It's every time Jay comes on you think, oh no, Jay, I didn't know you were this bad when I used to watch it with other adults. But yeah, so for me it would be, I think Robert Webb and then anything inappropriate.
I love Dairy Girls for that, actually.
Yeah, that's very good.
Easy to fast forward these days with
Yes,
newfangled TVs.
absolutely, yeah.
Oh wow, that's us. That's our lot. Thank you all so much for coming, both here to the room in Aberdeen and also on the live stream with us. Thank you, Leslie, for the interpretation today. Thank you, Waterstones, who I think will be very happy if we run over now to pick up. They're really three exceptional novels. Let me just explain though. We don't have a copy of Chris's latest, The Cracked Mirror, or Kristen's, but we do have the facility to pre-order because we're just between getting those books in, so you can still snag your copy, just a future copy. But we've got Backlist and others as well there. Biggest thanks, really, to these three. Can you join me in thanking them very much? Chris, Kristen, and Jay.
Good afternoon. Welcome on behalf of Aberdeen Performing Arts and all our festival partners. Welcome to Granite Noir 2025. I'm Brian Burnett. I'll be your host this afternoon. A special welcome to you if it is your first event of the festival, but it's brilliant to see familiar faces and some people who've just made a weekend of it. A warm welcome to all of you joining us online as well. Welcome to the Granite City, wherever you are around the world. It is brilliant to have you with us for this session. And also, I want to say hello to Leslie, who will be signing for us today. This is our annual celebration of new talent in noir fiction. And I'm delighted this afternoon to introduce you to what I hope will be your new favourite authors and three great and very varied examples of storytelling. Author and filmmaker Lucy Rose is the woman behind what some are hailing as the literary debut of the year. Hard to believe we're talking about new authors here, and already we have a Sunday Times #2 bestseller on the couch, ladies and gentlemen. The Lamb is about the most dark and twisted book you will read this year. It's been described as Grimm's fairy tales meets Mommy Dearest. And Mommy, in this case, loves the strays. She feeds them wine, she keeps them warm, then she satisfies her burning appetite by picking apart their bodies. Exactly. The arresting opening page of this book just makes you compelled to keep going. Although, a word of warning, if you are looking forward to a Sunday roast tomorrow, I'd hold off on reading this book until Monday. And if you thought it would be an absolutely lovely idea to take mum and dad away with all the family to celebrate their anniversary, I'm going to spoil that for you as well. Or rather, our next author is Trisha Saklecha has, in this gripping new psychological thriller, The Inheritance, just created the most gripping family drama. It's been picked by the Washington Post, no less, and The Guardian as one of its notable books of the month. Diplomat by day, author by night, Trisha describes the novel about the ferocity of love and hate in a sibling relationship and asks, what would you choose, your conscience or your family? Not a question many of us would want to have to answer. The many rave reviews said it is Succession meets Traitors meets Agatha Christie. And finally, our third author was raised in Yorkshire during the tumultuous years of the Ripper and the miners' strike. Nina Badreshwar's journey as a storyteller began in journalism, followed by a stint in Los Angeles as the press officer for the legendary hip-hop label Death Row, which housed people like Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Tupac Shakur. Not on many people's playlists here then. The Day of the Roaring was recently recognised by The Guardian as one of their thrillers of the month and was praised for its authenticity. The narrative unfolds when the dismembered body of a headmaster is discovered on the derelict grounds of a former school. As the local newspaper puts it, head's head found in filing cabinet. It's far from a conventional police procedural, though. As the book promises, it may start with a murder, but the truth is far more shocking. I cannot wait to tell you more about these stories. Let's welcome all three authors this afternoon. You're all, although relatively new voices, at kind of different stages in your developments as authors. I wondered, are these stories you've wanted to tell for a long time?
Cannibals isn't something that's been on my mind for like that long. But they have, yeah, I mean, how I sort of came into writing Cannibals is I wrote a short film about cannibalism, and it was great. And the reason I realised that I wanted to carry on writing about cannibals was because on set, obviously we did not ask our actors to eat real human meat or raw meat. It was chocolate icing in like fake blood that tasted like toothpaste. And
always good to get a top tip should you need to recreate human flesh.
And when the actor was eating the flesh, it was just so funny to watch like all of the dudes just like trying not to vomit, and just seeing that visceral response to like if you can convince yourself that that is human meat and it did look like human flesh. it was just hilarious to see that like very visceral response. Like people were having to leave the set to be sick at one point because there was like fake hair in one of them, and like it was just really fun that like to put my colleagues through hell. But yeah, and then I kind of was just like, I need to do this in another medium and try it in another medium, and then that's kind of how it's sort of made its way into The Lamb, I think.
And Tricia, for you?
For me, I think a lot of the inception point for the book was actually during the pandemic. I already knew I wanted to work on a novel that touched upon sibling relationships and family dynamics. And during that first lockdown, I was separated from my family. I was living in London. My family was back in India. And I was desperate to go back over and see them, to the point where I was willing to break every single rule under the sun to get there, because I was worried sick. And you know, over the course of those 2 years, I saw the nicest, most morally upstanding people do the most despicable things because, you know, you wanted to find a way to attend someone's last rites, or you wanted to ensure someone gets the medical help that they need. And that really became the inspiration for the novel, the lengths that we will go to when our families' lives or our loved ones' lives are at stake. So I started thinking about it then. And
well, it's interesting because when I read it, far from being someone who's missing their family, it felt like me someone who spent too much time with their family.
Well, so I did manage to get myself over to India, and then I was stuck there for a whole year in the same house with everyone. So, I mean, this is not reality. This is fiction.
Nina, what about you? Is this a story you've held on to for a while?
I think so. I think it was one of them. I didn't know where it came out of, left of center. I was like, okay, so this is what was bubbling around in my head all those years. I think it was, ironically, it was when I was actually living in California and I was working as a high school teacher. I was reading a lot of Anne Cleeve's novels, the Vera novels, and I was like, oh, why isn't there a Vera like me, mixed race or something like that? Why don't you? And then I was like, well, why can't there be? And I think later on, it kept bubbling away. It was like a problem that needed to be solved. And I was like, what? Are you kidding me? In South Yorkshire, all the things that it's just known for, its misogyny, its racism, the Hillsborough disaster, you know, all the things I lived through. And I was like, no, I need to sort of like do an alternative to that, you know, sort of like a contemporary novel that deals with legacy crimes. And when I had all these sort of like voices, I want to have that feel of this multi-layered feeling, how you feel like coming at a community that's been shaped by so many crimes,
We're going to talk about each of the books individually. Who knows where we'll end up going and what we'll end up chatting about. And towards the end, I want to leave room to get some of your questions in as well. So if you've got a burning question, hang on to it, and we'll get some mics coming around. And at the end, all three of our authors will go to the Waterstone signing table, and you'll be able to get signed copies of these books, which I know you are going to love. One of the things that they've got in common are their mothers are at the centre of these books. They're all very different mothers. Tell me about the mothers in your books.
For me, the mother is sort of central. I lost my mother at a pretty early age, but looking for that mother and mother's relationships has always been important. So I think creating that mother voice, and sort of like the mother voice I had to create and find through my own sort of like journey through sort of like my ancestry, helped me shape the voices in mine. And we are shaped, whether we like it or not, very much by the voices of our mothers and our grandmothers. And I wanted to do sort of like a Northwest / police procedure where you had the grandmother's voice, the mother's voice, and the daughter's voice, and their experience of sort of like events at the same time. Just to sort of like get that feel of what does a thing really look like, why we need families and why we need all these generational sort of like perspectives.
And Tricia, your mother, my God, she's a piece of work.
Okay, let's just
Not your
say,
actual
not my
mother.
actual mother. This is about family, but this isn't my family. They will kill me. She is. She's a very, very interesting character. She's someone who's very frail to look at. Physically, she's someone who's very frail. She's the person that they all look after as a family. But there's an inner strength to her, and there's a lot of strength of conviction, and she knows exactly what she wants. But for me, Brian, it was as much about Shalini, who is the matriarch of the family, of course, but also about the relationship that the other women have with motherhood. That's quite a big theme in the novel, because whether it's the eldest daughter, Myra, or it's Zoe, or it's Aisha, they've all got, as women in their 20s and 30s, they've all got a certain relationship to motherhood. And that dynamic and the way they see how they would do things differently plays quite a lot into how they act. So I was really trying to explore that as well.
And although this is a book about cannibalism, it's actually a book about motherhood.
Yeah.
Tell me about your
I guess
character.
so. Mama, I mean, she straight up sucks. Like, she is the worst. But what I enjoyed doing is I'm such a horror girly, but I'm also really into, like, tropes of different genres. And the tropes of a genre that I love is the romance genre. Like, you have unrequited love and, like, two people, one bed, like, what's going to happen? But unrequited love is one that really fascinates me, not because I've watched The Holiday a million times, but also, thank you for the people here who've watched The Holiday and understand my... But I just wanted to kind of see what would happen if I injected that into a space we don't normally see it. We see these tropes all the time with kind of romantic relationships, and it's like, well, what would happen to that trope if you put it into a platonic relationship or a relationship between two sisters, or in this case, a relationship between two mothers? So it's so fascinating to put that unrequited love trope into something that it doesn't traditionally belong in, and to kind of play with that. But also, I think in terms of one of the things that happens quite a lot in the book is it returns to this kind of like oral storytelling thing. Spent a lot of time in my childhood without a TV, so like you can imagine how bored I got and like how many scary stories all the kids told each other, and so oral storytelling was like huge. And I find it so interesting that these oral folk tales are so synonymous with the Brothers Grimm, because no offense to any male-identifying oral storytellers here, but I can't remember the last time a man told me a folk tale. It was always my mother, my grandmother, the woman who lived next door. And so I kind of wanted to reclaim that space with the role of the mother in this story, who is constantly telling stories as a way to connect with her daughter, but also it's a way that the daughter connects to her mum. So just playing with tropes and also looking at kind of like the traditional way that we receive and tell stories was a big influence on her.
Let's concentrate a bit on the individual books. Let's start with The Day of the Roaring. There is a murder right at the start, and I wouldn't say the murder's incidental to the story, but it's not the real story of this book. Tell us what is.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the murder, the whole point of the story is that the voices that are missing are usually the victim's voices. So it's a victim-centric police procedural. So, yeah, that there is a murder and she does have to investigate it. But while Diana, the DI, is investigating it, we as the reader, I wanted the reader to be investigating, because she herself is a victim of crimes, trying to deal with a serial murder. And how frontline workers have to sort of deal with situations when they've got their own crises going on. Right. And some of them, like, she can't, and also as a woman, particularly dealing with domestic violence and historic, we all know women of power, and they've got things going on. They've got coercive crimes happening in their own lives, but they don't deal with them. They'll deal with other people's, but they won't really take the bull by the horns. So there's a bit of hypocrisy. If you're a police officer, how are people going to believe in you if you're not able to deal with what you've got to do? So it's about the sort of like character arc of what happens in this police officer, particularly within this whole context of misogyny and racism. And she's got this legacy crime of her grandmother, who was a victim of the atrocities that happened during the so-called Mau Mau uprising, and she's having to fight her case through the Kenyan Human Rights Commission. So there's that sort of context to it, really, that no one knows about.
You say that unspoken traumas are in her bones. How much does that drive her throughout the novel?
It's not mentioned, but you get this feeling that this is a girl that there's something, she's got a story. I think a lot of our stories are really buried so deep in us, you know, and we don't understand the things that we do. But for Deanna, it's like this drive for justice is in her bones, you know. She's not thinking about it. She's not a cerebral sort of person. She's dyslexic, you know. She can't read without a blue screen, you know. She is not your standard clever sort of police detective. She comes at things a different way, and she's using her senses all the time. And for me, fiction is about bringing us back to our senses and getting the reader to actually have your, you know what I mean, use your senses to actually, they tell us so much and we don't use them because we're such an info, you know, centric world now.
This is a police force who are racist, sexist, misogynistic, lazy. You say they're aligned against her. And you sort of hinted at it at the start. I just wondered how much growing up around that Yorkshire police force at the time of the Ripper had influenced the workings of the police in this.
Oh, absolutely. It had to be said because it's just endemic. If you've grown up in it, everything from the Rippers to sort of like Hillsborough to the miners' strikes, everything that, all those sort of things. And it's not a dismal book. Yeah, it deals with a lot of dark crimes, but the whole song of the book is that she's able to break through. Do you know what I mean? I wanted to create that song because that was my experience as well, going through that. And you can't come at it, you can't confront it, you have to come at it a different way. And I wanted to explore Deanna coming at how do you break into these sort of communities? How do you release these narrative voices? So, yeah, that's what I was trying to do, really. But it is, people say it's a dark novel because it deals with, but the whole point is she gets through it at the end.
And when you were in Los Angeles, inhaling all those Vera novels to stay in touch with home, what did you learn as a writer from all of that?
I think it was the technique. Anne Cleeve's a very understated writer, but she's very technical. And for me, what I liked about it is that you're propelled all the time for the next stage. You know what I mean? It's not, I would just unravel my characters forever and ever. I mean, that was the biggest work of the novel, was trying to hone everything in. But I think the discipline of a police procedural is you're propelling things forward, you know. I can still use my voices and I can use the authenticity, but like, you have to solve this crime. You have to, you know, there's certain things you have to do in a police procedural. But at the same time, I think it's very outdated. It was the genre conventions for a police procedural, but they were written over 100 years ago for men. You know, it was things like there's no Chinamen in a police procedural, you know, and you know, everything that Diane and Fox. So I wanted to say, why can't we have a different voice? Why can't you see what the victim would feel like in this? So, yeah, that's where I came at it with the multiple voices.
Have any, and I know, by the way, you've written the answers probably no, have you ever felt confined by genre?
That's a good question.
That's a really good question. I don't know if I've felt confined by genre, but I've certainly felt limited by some of the tropes within it. So with The Inheritance, for example, I'm Indian. I write about a lot of characters who are Indian. And what I found is quite often the way Indian characters are reflected in traditional crime fiction or even traditional contemporary fiction is as the outsider trying to claw their way into this amazing new world. And that was something that I actively set out to dismantle with The Inheritance, because that is a very common trope, and that actually I don't believe reflects where we are in the world now. So.
And I wonder, is that easier as a younger author? You're not coming to it with decades of baggage and people telling you, oh, that's got to read like that or be written like that.
I don't know. It's interesting. I think, I think speaking in terms of like horror, like one of the big tropes, it's interesting what you talk about where you like center the victim, which I think is so important. Something that I wanted to do with The Lamb was kind of dismantle this sense of like faceless cannon fodder. And so there's such a focus on like every single person that they choose to bake into a pie or a stew, but specifically like what items they take from them and like what those items can tell you about that person. At the beginning of the book, you kind of meet the first two strays is a girl with purple nail polish and a nervous boy who like bit at his nails and kind of played with his fingers a lot. And I think it's really interesting when you don't have to name them and you don't kind of have to give, the faceless aspects, but you can give them something because they're still a person. So that was kind of really fun to experiment with, to kind of have that focus on objects and the empathy of an object and what that means to a person.
And giving them voice, Dana, you say, I do believe the more neglected and unknown a woman is, the stronger her myth, her power, and her voice for blood will become.
I do believe that. I mean, that is a lot of California, what I went through in California in the 90s and later on. It comes out that blood will speak. Do you know what I mean? People say, oh, we've got to get revenge. Well, no, because the whole point is her grandmother's been waiting 50-odd years for justice. Justice is a slow-moving pendulum, but it comes, and it comes with a massive weight behind it. It is coming, and you have to believe that it is coming. If you don't believe in justice, you're just living in this anarchic chasm, you know what I mean? And narrative has no meaning. You're fighting with existential philosophies and everything. So there is this belief in justice as this huge weight. And I think having the voice, sort of like victims who have no voices, particularly, they can't tell their story. The only person who can tell that story is the forensics, is the police. You know what I mean? When they get up in court, they're not telling their story. They are trying to, it's a narratology of the police, saying this is what happened. The victim, the only thing that can speak up is whatever evidence the police can find. And so it's this idea of police being narratologists on behalf of the victim, and her trying to give an articulation of these voiceless women, really, and what they've been through. And I just wanted to do it in a creative way, so there's not that sense of worthiness or sort of like, oh, this is terrible, this is awful.
Yeah. And being in Los Angeles as a journalist covering the gang wars and this desire to see justice, was it inevitable that you were going to write a crime novel? That was going to be your genre?
I think there's no, like people say, why crime? And I was like, what else am I going to write about? I think like, are you kidding me? I mean, these are nice police procedurals in England compared to what I will be writing about when it comes to California. But that is completely different. But there's just no way I can not talk about the voices that aren't heard. You know, that I feel that's my moral duty. You know, I wasn't there. I was there for a reason. I was a witness, you know, and I feel myself, it is my moral duty to do that for them.
And talking of Los Angeles, there can't be many new authors who have one of the world's most successful rappers as their first reader. You say about Tupac Shakur, nobody else heard my voice, you did. What was your relationship with him and how encouraging was he?
When I first started in my 20s, I self-published a magazine. It just had my poems in and my raves and things like this. And And it had international distribution through Tower Records. And he got it, and he really liked my magazine. And he heard my voice, where everybody else was saying, you can't do that, Nina. You can't have rave and graffiti and poems and the Bible. What are you doing, you know? And he really got it. He loved it. He loved everything about it. So I think that encouraged me at a time when nobody else heard me, you know. And he was a big reader, like we both were, and we were both trying to write at the same time. We were both in the same place at the same time. We were both struggling with our own personal issues at the same time. So he definitely feels like a compadre at a critical time in my life. And obviously the fact that he's not here and I do feel this sense that I should carry on writing for him as if he's reading it, yeah.
And quite a moment now that the book is here. Tricia, let's talk about the inheritance. When push comes to shove, says Zoe, none of us will hesitate to take what we believe is ours. Why are they here? Is it all about getting their hands on the money?
Basically, yes. So they're there. They're on this wonderful island off the west coast of Scotland, actually, called Kilbride, which is owned by the eldest daughter. She's playing hostess for the weekend. They're there ostensibly to celebrate the parents' 40th wedding anniversary. But what's also happening is the father, Raj, he built a petrochemicals company based in Delhi from scratch. It's worth £300 million. He's about to retire, sell the company, and split the proceeds between the 3 adult children. So, of course, each of them have reason to believe that they are owed the largest share for whatever reason. And they're not going to stop at anything to get what they believe is theirs.
These are perfectly paced chapters. And each chapter goes on, you think you're beginning to understand. You think you're beginning to know who to trust, but then you realize you don't. Did you have a clear-cut vision of how it was going to play out?
I did. I started writing only after I sort of knew the overall structure of the book. I also knew that I wanted each character to have a secret, for those secrets to be layered, and for the reveal of those secrets to have a bit of a domino effect on the secrets that the other people are keeping. Because, I mean, and I do like to think that Scottish families are a little bit similar to Indian families in that way. We are very, very close-knit to the point that we like to believe that we know everything about what's going on in our family members' lives, right? So when you are faced with this idea that there is some aspect of your parents' lives, of your siblings' life that you are unaware of, it really knocks you off your feet. And I wanted to create that effect and use that effect to sort of play a bit of a cat and mouse game with the reader, where hopefully every few chapters you're convinced X is the victim and Y is the killer. And then in the next few chapters you think, oh, no, Y is the victim and X is the killer. Because there's so much pent-up resentment amidst the family that, anyone could kill the other, given the opportunity.
It's a classic crime setup. It's the remote island. There's bad weather. One of them must have done it. Shades of Agatha Christie. And by the way, later this afternoon, a panel of guests are going to talk about P.D. James and how brilliant she was and how her influence is all over events like this weekend. That's at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Get yourself a cup of tea, come back and see that. I just wondered, was it Agatha Christie? Were there other classic crime writers that influenced your work?
Agatha Christie, absolutely. Crooked House was a big influence, as was And There Were None. And also, I mean, most of us, I grew up reading Agatha Christie. I also particularly adore Patricia Highsmith's work. I think she is, she brings this wonderful nuance to her characters, especially when she's writing, or when she was writing, unlikable characters. And you can hate everything about a particular character, but still find yourself rooting for them. So that was a big source of inspiration for me.
We talked a little bit about Anne Cleeves. Who are the women who have helped you get here?
In terms of storytellers, I mean, I'm a massive fan of Kirsty Logan, who's sat on the front row. Hi, Kirsty. I got her book, The Gloaming, as a gift from one of my best friends. She'd got a copy of it from Barter Books, which is this really beautiful secondhand bookshop in the Northeast, and given it to me, and I devoured it in like a matter of hours. And I mean, from then on, I was hooked. Other authors, I love Shirley Jackson a lot, Angela Carter, but also I think like massive shout out to kind of the people who told me stories, because like I have never been more viscerally afraid than when I was a kid and someone was telling me about the Crocklin vampire, which meant I just did not sleep. I was the biggest pain in the arse, and like I wouldn't do anything. I was just like, I'm not going to school because the Crocklin vampire could come out from the grave and scratch my face off. But I think those stories, like what the emotions that they elicit in like you, are so powerful. Like they genuinely like light up that part of you that thinks you're being held at gunpoint. And I just think it's like, how insane is that words can like make you like sweat, can like make the hairs on the back of your neck stand erect. Like it's just like bonkers. And so like I do always go back to those oral stories, because I mean, Bottle of Blue Wicked, Campfire in the Wood, three little chavs going off, and you know, trying to just literally one goal, like let's just scare the shit out of each other. And it was just great fun, and I always go back to that space. But I do think those oral stories are like, they're everything. Like I love getting into a taxi, and when the taxi driver has just always got a story, and you're just like, why were they in your taxi? What were they doing? Like, and like people at the bar, like that's what's great about human beings. We do all sorts of terrible things. We start wars. We all hate each other for various different reasons. But like the 200,000 years of our existence, the one thing that we've kept is that ability to tell stories and to be curious with each other and connect. And I mean, to me, that slaps. Like, I just think it's the best thing that we do. So that just as simple as that, a quick 5-minute story around a campfire with a blue wicked is like stayed with me forever, I think.
And then you were nodding away there. Who are the storytellers who made you who you are?
Again, oral storytellers. That was how I learnt my skill. I was a transcriber, so I had all these guys, everyone and their mother literally coming at me with their stories, and all I did was write them down. I just was listening. So that was what I call my real education, was just listening to all these stories and writing them down, and that's what I did for decades. And so when I say they're in my bones or it's in my blood, they literally are. You know, I listen. I think I'm more of a listener than a reader, to be honest, and that's why my writing is as it is, because and that's why I love Dundee. You know, I've moved up to Scotland, because any place that's got a dialect, you know, I'm really, really pro dialects, and because they tell you something about the people and the communities.
You've definitely come at the right place. Just say that to you.
So definitely. All the gangsters, the addicts, the people in refuges, the rock stars, you know, the politicians, and everyone I've had to do, they all have fed into my voices. And as a school teacher, having to take, you know, the reports of the kids, I'm not Gen Z, but I have Gen Z. I can't speak adult, you know, I speak Gen Z. So I can't stop but tell their stories, because that's what I've been listening to. That's been in my ear all this time. And then writing-wise, I do like people like Salman Rushdie. I like Annie Proulx. I like, if I mispronounce that, please forgive me. But I also like Isaac Dynson. She was massive. She was a Danish writer, but she used to write all these Gothic stories, and it was like a story within a story, and she lived out there. And then a lot of the African-American writers, obviously, Toni Morrison, massive Toni Morrison, and Zora Neale Hurston, and crime procedurals. It would be things like Elmore Leonard, a lot of American, sort of like very punchy, short crime procedurals. I literally my understanding of crime fiction, because of, it has been sort of like accelerated over the past few years. So now I'm really into sort of like the police procedurals, because that's kind of my lane at the moment.
It's almost like we should publish a reading list at the end of these sessions. Here's their 10 books that you should definitely go and buy. Let's talk about The Lamb by Lucy Rose. Margot and her mama, they're quite the pair. The people out there, little one, they'll never understand us. We aren't like them. We're woven from a different cloth. Who are they and how did they get here?
So I started writing this as flash fictions because I've got autism and ADHD, but I've not got the flavour that makes me like trains and really clever. I've got the flavour that makes me a dumbass, actually. And for those of you who have the dumbass flavour, you'll know the struggle. My attention span is like, I'm like Doug from Up, like I'm just, so I get about 2 minutes before I'm pulled away. So I wrote it in flash fictions originally. That was literally the only way that I could churn these out, is like just like 2 minutes on the clock. Okay, right now I need to go watch Love Island, and then I'd come back and be like, okay, back to cannibals again. It's a really good palate cleanser, Love Island, actually. They're completely barbaric and insane and unhinged, so it's good inspiration. But that's kind of the only way that I could get through the book. I think it was about unlearning kind of, there's one set way to write a book, there isn't. You should never work against your own gut instincts or the way your brain works. But I also think it lends itself to horror, because like all the best horror stories I've heard have been those short, condensed, blue wicked campfire stories. So that's kind of how it came to be. But I realized about 15,000 words into these random flash fictions that it was the same family. And I was like, I should probably take this like a little bit more seriously now, because I've committed by writing 15,000 words. That's kind of how they came to be and who they are, I guess. Yeah.
I'm fascinated by the way you can just jump from one to the other. You know, when we were backstage, as it were, you were talking about the importance of having pink marshmallows on your hot chocolate, segueing into talking about what it might be like to eat human flesh. and you're talking about going from Love Island back to the book again. Do you have to get yourself into the zone when you're writing something this dark?
I don't know. I think it's the ADHD. Like, you just sort of like bounce from like place to place, and so you can kind of comfortably move between the realms of Love Island Series 5, which is the best one, and writing about a mother cooking up an ass, like an actual butt, into a pie, and feeding it to her kid. It's, I don't know. It's just, you just kind of slide in and out. It's just called having a bad attention span.
And it's so ordinary with it, you know, when she's talking about those kind of things. It's not like a schlocky horror. You know, she's talking about, well, there's no bloody meat left tonight, you'll just have to pasta. You know, and that makes it, in a way, more horrifying. Did you know how horrifying it would be for people?
I mean, I'm like a massive foodie. I love food. Like, it's just, like, you know, there's an Italian place that does the best ravioli in the world near me, and it's like I would always be eating just stuff while I was writing this book. And I think the reason, thank you, it's really disturbed me, actually. I think the thing that is really interesting about writing this book was that taking something I love so much and kind of like making it into something like so twisted is a fascinating psychological experiment. But I think it's interesting because they're just these really hungry women, and I think if you treat it like it's normal, like, I don't know if anybody watched Hannibal, but I watched that like maybe like a little bit too young. I remember very viscerally seeing a scene of him like chopping up some lungs and like putting some sprinkles of salt on there, and it looked really delicious, and that like kind of did things to me in a way, because they'd like presented it as though it was like Saturday night or like Saturday morning kitchen or whatever, and so to create that friction in a person, I was like, I need to do that to someone else now. Like, thank you, Brian Fuller, for doing it to me. I'm going to take the baton and pass it to somebody else.
I mentioned the arresting opening earlier, and I think any of us, if you're in Waterstones and you're picking up with a book and you're thinking, oh, that looks interesting, I'll have a quick look at page 1, and you read this, then of course you're going to keep going, of course you're going to pick it up. I'll just read a couple of paragraphs. On my 4th birthday, I plucked 6 severed fingers from the shower drain. The tub yellowed near the plug hole, and there was a peachy hue up the curve of the bath. It was the same colour as my skin, milky and a little buttery, like the outer edges of a bruise. Mildew and dried up water peppered the glass screen. Black mould had crawled up the plaster between the grout. The bathroom was small, and the dark corners harboured cobwebs, rings of damp and hairline cracks. I wanted to lick the black speckles of mould littered along the wall. I hoped it would taste as it smelt, like musty brambles or rain splashing in a muddy puddle. I'm going to stop before we get to the bits where picking up the fingers and going through the fingertips. And I hope I haven't unsettled. And I think you sort of have when you read that. There's a bit of discussion. And I'll be honest, at one point I had to put it down. And I thought, I feel a bit nauseous. And when I told you that earlier, you're like, oh, thank you very much. That's great to hear. That beautiful opening, was it always there from the start?
I actually started with chapter 11, which is when Margot looks out the window and there's a figure in the snow, and she just knows immediately that things in this family are never going to be the same again. I wrote that second, when I was just trying to kind of figure out who she is. I loved opening that cheeky first line, because the fact that there's 6 severed fingers means that it's probably more than one hand or one person. So I just felt so devious typing that out on my little laptop. But I think it was a really fun scene to kind of set up the story, especially because she's 4, so she goes through a lot in this book. But I think when I was writing it, I kind of had to imagine, because obviously I'm not into human flesh, but you kind of have to imagine that it's like pink wafers in the drain, or they'd be really soggy, but something that would retain its pertness that's not.
We had such an interesting discussion with Leslie, our interpreter, earlier, about how you sign cannibalism and consuming human flesh. As you imagine, it's not something she comes across in her day job. Tricia, do you think it's good for us to be unsettled? Do we need those kind of books?
Absolutely, because that's what makes us question our own prejudices, right? Otherwise, we are sort of just stuck in our own bubbles a little bit. And it helps to read books about perspectives that are very, very different from ours. About people doing things that hopefully none of us are having to pick up 6 severed fingers when we're 4. But it helps to widen our own perspectives and the way we see the world. It gives us more empathy. I think, readers of crime fiction, I think, are some of the people who have the greatest amounts of empathy, because they've put themselves in the shoes of murderers, of psychopaths, of sociopaths, cannibals.
It's that curiosity, though, isn't it?
Yeah. And Nina, for you, that feeling you get when you read something like that, does that do it for you?
Oh yeah, she's just the queen of senses. Do you know what I mean? It's that's what I'm saying. Fiction exists to bring us back to our senses, to awaken those things. It doesn't matter if it's shocking, if it's disgusting, or whatever it is. That's what our senses are there. They're supposed to tell us something's painful, it's dangerous. There's something scary. We're supposed to have the prickles on our neck. That tells you you're a human being. And I think the heartbeat of good fiction is to have to have writing or language that can evoke or bring us back to thinking with our senses again. Instead of having to make sense of things, we're not there to make sense of things. It will come to us, when we use our full intellect, and that will be in our senses, I think.
You are being hailed as the poster girl of the femme-gore movement at the moment.
I think.
And there does seem to be a real trend here. How do you feel being part of that movement?
I mean, there are so many amazing women identifying writers writing about gore and horror. I'm definitely not the only one, and I'm definitely not the person who started it, but I'm glad that I am part of that little girl gang. That makes me feel happy. But I think it's just, it's strange to say it's having a moment. I think it's always had a moment. I think women have always loved these stories. I just think that capitalism have realized that they can package it up and sell it to people, which is like great for us. But like, I mean, if you've been around like a girl's locker room, they tell some pretty gross stories. You know, from like, I'm not even going to go into it because you guys could not handle like. But I think it's interesting that it's having a moment. I think hunger specifically is a theme. Like, I love that that's having a moment, just because, like, even we laugh and we joke about like Love Island and like Blue Wicked, but like the book does go to some pretty like harrowing places at times, because the breadth of the human experience is not just hilarious and watching young people who are very attractive have lots of drama, but it's also like there's a multitude of things that happen to us and exist within us. But I think that it's like Femgore, you know, if we want to say it's having a moment, I think it's having a moment because we're having to really confront how we view women and also just like people in terms of the relationship of flesh and humanity as being separate things. And when you look at somebody's flesh and you are like, okay, that person is who they are because of their flesh, because of their organs, because of how they work, you very quickly find yourself in like a super dangerous situation. And I think people are really feeling that. And actually, these two ideas of like humanity and flesh, or like humanity and body, are not separate things. They're things that are together. The fact that we're human means that we're both. And that it's messy and it's muddy and it's like, you know, like we're a spectrum of experiences and we're not one or the other. And so I think there's like a catharsis in kind of studying that relationship. Yeah. And I think a lot of that comes from hunger, because of we use our bodies to consume. And yeah, I don't want to get too depressing.
We are going to explore it a bit further. If your taste do run to the gruesome, there's a session tomorrow at 4:30 at the Cowdrey Hall on why horror has a hold on us all. And it's going to be followed by a screening of the film Censor. So I think that's going to be brilliant. Whether your tastes run to gruesome or are more vanilla matters, I don't know, but it'd be great to get some of your questions. So we'll bring up the house lights, and if you've got questions for any of all of our authors, we'd love to hear them. And we've got some roving mics, so don't be shy. First person to put the hand up, always the hardest. There we go, and it's always right in the middle, right up at the back. So we will pass that microphone along to you and get your question. Thank you very much for being first. We can speak up. And,
hello,
there you go.
That's me.
There we go.
Yeah, we've heard a lot about relationships and how important they are, but can we just wonder what the writers thought about the importance of sense of place in a crime novel as well?
What for you?
Yeah, places, for me, it's central. It's what, going back to what Lucy was saying, yeah, we've got our body, but we live in places, and places shape us. And they shape us they shape even our genomes, you know what I mean? They change the biology of us, and they change our psychology. So for me, it was Sheffield and the Peak District, having this wilderness next to all the multi-layered sort of like complexity, cosmopolitan of a city. And there's lots of northern cities like that. And then you're next to this wilderness, you know, this wildness. And it was also about the relationship to land and land ownership, particularly because Deanna's own family has been obviously disinherited by, you know, what the colonialism had done to Kenya. So it's about that. Our relationship to the land. So for me, it was all about that, and how it changes your vernacular, you know, and it changes the whole pace and pulse of the story. It becomes you have a relationship with the landscape. You'll know if you live on the northeast coast or wherever you live, you are shaped by the landscape you look out on. I was listening to Alan Warner yesterday. I was talking about the mountains in his backyard, you know. they shape how we see the world, you know. So I really wanted to bring that up about urban youth who live next to wildernesses they can't access because they're for private landowners, you know, and the wealthy, but they can see them, but they can't touch them, you know, and that whole sort of like injustice I wanted to pull up. It's just in your blood as well. If you're northern, you talk about land in different ways. I mean, we were just talking about the flooding, you know, and things. She was telling even more horror stories about that. But yeah, I think it's crucial.
And Tricia, you're an international diplomat. Every 3 years, it's a new posting somewhere around the world. It's currently Berlin. Why did you come back to Scotland for this?
Well, I visited an island very similar to the one that's featured in the book, which was off the west coast of Scotland. It was, on that island, there was a total of 7 cottages, if I'm not wrong. I went there for 10 days, and I didn't see a single person for those 10 days, because it's a massive island. The cottages are very far spaced out. There's no cell signal. There's no Wi-Fi. So you do feel quite unmoored when you're there. But also, just to go back a little bit to what Nina was saying earlier about how places shape us, absolutely true, and how that, you know, it becomes part of your experience. So for me, when I was writing in that cottage sitting there, anytime I would hear a pine marten outside, I would jump because it's that total sense of silence. But what I was also thinking about quite a lot at the time was, how do we shape the places where we are at? And we talk a lot about, you know, to your question earlier, we talk a lot about characters and the psychology of characters. Something I spent a lot of time thinking about was the psychology of the landscape and what has this particular island gone through, you know, from being an entirely rural space to being a site of the clearances to being somewhere where sheep farming took place to now being turned into one of the most luxurious island retreats in the world. And it's that journey of the setting that becomes quite important then, as much as the characters.
Let's try and get another question in, if we can. We've got one right down the front here. And thank you for that question. Don't go home, by the way, with a burning question that you wish you had asked.
Hi, sorry, I'm going back to relationships. Oh my God, I blanked. Right, Lucy. I think you balance like the tenderness and love in the relationships in your book really well with like how messed up like the cannibalism parts of it are. I was wondering if you can talk a little bit about like how you found that balance and how you put so much of that tenderness and love into that.
There is literally one answer to this, and the answer is Steve. And if anybody has read the book and has met Steve, the bus driver, he is just the loveliest, warmest, nicest person. I love him with all my heart, and when I'm scrolling TikTok and I see Steve love videos, I get very happy. I think if you're writing something that is genuinely like super intense and where you showcase a relationship that is incredibly abusive and damaging, you kind of have to show them the kind of the multitudes of you experience in life. And for me, I'm writing a story about child abuse, and so it's my duty to give the character the tools she needs to survive that situation. And like a massive part of that is showing her what real love looks like. And so she has Steve, the bus driver, which is the man who drives her to school every single day, and can totally tell that there is something really fucky going on with her, but can't quite pinpoint that it's cannibals, because obviously like he's never going to expect that it's cannibals. But kind of giving her those tools and those safe spaces, I think it's good for the character, but it's also good for the reader, because if you're immersing them, they're kind of going to be going with her through this journey. So you want to give the reader those kind of breaths as well. And it means that, like, from a technical point of view, like those scenes that like are really hard to write and to read kind of have the impact that they deserve and kind of have the pathos that you want to give them. And so, yeah, the answer is Steve. Everybody should have a Steve in their novel.
We've got time for another one or two questions. If we've got any more. If I don't have any more, I always feel, that's good, I must have asked all the right questions to them, but we do have one down the front here.
Can you tell us what you're working on next?
I'm talking about, so mine's the next in the series. So mine's set still in the same sort of like area, but it's focuses around handbags, counterfeit handbags, human trafficking, and there's sort of like, there's a lodge. There actually is a real lodge, so it's based on a real life location. But I, of course, sort of like calibrated it, so it's a very sinister place where there's some human trafficking going off, which is related to, and there's a lot of burning of body parts. I am an orthopedic consultant's daughter, so I do know about chopping them on the moors. I can't say any more than that, I think, but yeah.
Tricia, are you always working?
I am working on another psychological thriller. It's set somewhere wonderfully fantastic. It's about a very, very luxurious elite wedding that ends with someone murdered. It's literally India's most eligible bachelor marrying someone. A wedding that's being attended by anyone and everyone of note from the country and beyond. And that is all that I'm going to say for the moment.
And Lucy, first book's never easy to write, but you're free to write whatever you want. Your first book is what was like a 6-way auction between publishers, acclaim, bestseller. Does that make
pressure.
it harder to write book 2?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm just taking it easy, man. I know that all I'm gonna do is write another gnarly horror story, and it's gonna have threesomes in it, and like coastlines and eels and shit. So that's what I've got at the minute. When you have like a neurodevelopmental disorder, you really just have to go with the flow, and that's all you can do.
Go with the flow is just probably about the best bit of writing advice you can get. Listen, it has been such a thrill for us to have you here as part of our new voices. We are looking forward to seeing what you do next, and obviously want to extend an open welcome to come back to Granite Noir whenever you do. I'm going to send the three of you over to the Watchstone signing table, and if you'd like to buy a copy, of course you can have the books signed today as well. Thank you to everyone who's joined us at home, online, and to all of you from everyone at Granite Noir. Enjoy the rest of the festival, and let's have one final applause for our three brilliant guests today.
How lovely to see so many people here. On behalf of Aberdeen Performing Arts and the festival partners, I'm delighted to welcome you to Granite Noir 2025. This discussion is going to be signed by Leslie Crerar, so I'm going to do my best to speak slowly and clearly. And I'd also like to welcome the audience who's joining us on the live stream. We are here to celebrate P.D. James, and we are all part of this panel as great fans and early readers of her. I'm Harriet Tice, author of psychological thrillers, and I'm delighted today to be joined by, firstly, the academic, Dr. Elizabeth Anderson, who's a senior lecturer in English at the University of Aberdeen. Her area of teaching and research expertise is 20th century women's writing. And in her free time, she loves to read fiction of all genres, including crime fiction, from Dorothy Sayers to P.D. James. And up on the big screen, we've got Sam Blake. Sadly, her flight couldn't make it yesterday because of the weather. Now, she has been writing fiction since her husband set sail across the Atlantic for 8 weeks, and she had an idea for a book. I hope he didn't get hit with weather like we had yesterday. She's had a string of #1 bestsellers and has been shortlisted for Irish Crime Novel of the Year 3 times. She's chair of the Society of Authors and has served on the board of the Crime Writers Association, as well as being the founder of Europe's biggest online writers magazine, writing.ie. Now, we're here, as I said, to celebrate and discuss the author P.D. James. She lived from 1920 until 2014. And as I'm sure you all know, she was a best-selling and internationally acclaimed crime writer, best known for her books starring poet-detective Adam Dalgliesh. She wrote 19 novels in total, as well as several short story collections and works of non-fiction. Her work has been translated into 36 languages and has sold millions of copies worldwide. And among numerous accolades, she won numerous prizes, served also as the president of the Society of Authors, but in her case for 16 years, and was made a life peer in 1991. Her publishers, Faber, have been steadily reissuing her novels, which is why we're here, really, to discuss her work. There's so much to say, though, that we're barely going to scratch the surface, but I think that we're going to give it a good go for the next hour. I wanted to start with this quote from the novel Devices and Desires, because I think it's a beautiful piece of writing. And also I think it shows how unusual a detective Adam Dalgliesh is, the poet who is a policeman. In this passage, he's showing his thoughts as he sits beside a body that has recently been discovered. The cold moonlight, the constant falling of the waves, and the sense of that stiffening body behind him induced a gentle melancholy, a contemplation of mortality, including his own. Timor mortis conturbat me. He thought, in youth, we take egregious risks because death has no reality for us. Youth goes caparisoned in immortality. It is only in middle age that we're shadowed by the awareness of the transitoriness of life. And the fear of death, however irrational, was surely natural, whether one thought of it as annihilation or as a rite of passage. Every cell in the body was programmed for life. All healthy creatures clung to life until their last breath. How hard to accept, and yet how comforting, was the gradual realization that the universal enemy might come at last as a friend. Perhaps this was part of the attraction of his job, that the process of detection dignified the individual death, even the death of the least attractive, the most unworthy, mirroring in its excessive interest in clues and motives man's perennial fascination with the mystery of his mortality, providing, too, a comforting illusion of a moral universe in which innocence could be avenged, right vindicated, order restored. But nothing was restored, certainly not life, and the only justice vindicated was the uncertain justice of men. So, I think this question's probably a bit redundant after what I've just read out, but why do you think we should still read P.D. James? Elizabeth?
Thanks, Harriet. I mean, I think as that passage shows, I think she is just an absolutely brilliant writer. So I think her work is kind of always worth returning to because it is so rich. And she really, I think, you know, there's multiple strands in her work. And she is incredibly strong on place. She evokes a setting, you know, really, really strongly, and you can really, in that way, kind of live in her books. But I think probably her greatest strength is character and the way she develops her characters. And, you know, I think in many ways her books are of their time, and she wrote over an astonishing sweep of time, and, you know, we can really see I think a lot of social history in her books that makes them really interesting. You know, in preparing for this event, I was rereading a number of her novels from the 1980s, and I thought, oh, you know, wow, there is so much here about just kind of Britain in that time, and the same with her books from the 70s and with her slightly later books as well. But her explorations of character, she really gets into, I think, all of the nitty-gritty of human nature in a way that is quite timeless and kind of transcends, I think, the kind of particular settings in which she wrote, which I think is one of her greater strengths.
Yeah, what do you reckon, Sam?
I think Dalgliesh is a brilliant invention as a character. You know, when we're thinking about characters, we're always thinking about how they can fit into the scenario that we're working with. She talks about him being brave and compassionate, and how there's a part of him that we'll never quite know. And I think it's that sort of silence in the character which is really powerful. And part of that is because he's a poet, I think. It means that he can, wherever you put him in, whenever she puts him into a situation, we never quite know how he's going to react, but he's also always sort of very sort of quiet and approaches it in a very clever way, if you like. She always talks about him being very, very bright, and that was a quality that she admired herself. And I think that makes him sort of the man of all seasons in many ways, that he can go into all these different scenarios and meet different types of people. Drawing on her own background in the NHS and then in the Home Office, I think she's obviously moved around many different types of people, and Dalgish seems to do that too.
No, that's something that I spoke about this actually in my panel yesterday, that Ian Rankin gave a lecture at UEA when I was there. And he said that the joy of a police procedural and having a murder investigation was that you can have that character visiting every strata of society, from prince to pauper. And I would agree that in James you really do see that across the board, even though he himself is such an esoteric and perhaps not particularly realistic police officer. He gives us an entree into society that really is fascinating. I found a couple of quotes from interviews that she gave in relation to the novels that she wrote. After I'd progressed in my craft, I came to believe that it's possible to write within the conventions of a classical detective story and still be regarded as a serious novelist and say something true about men and women and the society in which they live. And in another interview, it isn't easy to make this division and say that's genre fiction and it's useless, and this is the so-called straight novel and we take it seriously. Novels are either good novels or they're not good novels, and that is the dividing line for me. Elizabeth, to what extent do you think that this is true?
I think I would want to say that the dividing line between kind of good and not good novels is perhaps not as clear as P.D. James wants to say. I think, I think there are many novels that we might say, they have their strengths and weaknesses, probably including hers. But I do think that this idea of a dividing line between, say, literary fiction and genre fiction is a false one. Mm-hmm. And I do think in that way that and that's, I think, what we're seeing kind of more and more in publishing today, is that genre fiction of all kinds and literary fiction have endless crossover, and that the structure that's then kind of provided by genre, and that kind of holds for literary fiction as well. I mean, it has its own generic conventions. I think that structure that's provided is a kind of enabling one that can allow creativity to blossom. And one of the things that makes reading genre fiction of all kinds, whether that's detective stories or whether that's science fiction or fantasy novels, is kind of recognizing the genre conventions and tropes and seeing what that particular author and that particular text is doing with them, mm-hmm. and how they're transcending them and how they're changing them and how they're kind of doing them well or undermining them, how they kind of can surprise the reader, that you can get kind of both surprise and satisfaction from a novel of any kind. So a kind of a yes and, I think, kind of answer.
What do you think, Sam?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think she loved the detective story and really respected that sort of structure, but then brought to it all of those literary things that we love, the layering and the imagery and the symbolism. And she talks about how the detective structure is, the mysterious death, the closed circle of suspects, the detective coming in being an avenging sort of deity to try and settle score, and then that logical conclusion, which is all in the book for the reader when they look back. All the clues are there, and I think she felt that convention could be very liberating. She talks about that a lot, and how that you can be creative within the structure. And I love the fact that she did choose that structure, because I think a writer of her caliber could have picked any, she could have gone any way with them, but using the structure, using the mystery and the puzzles, I think it's just, it's great. I mean, obviously we all write detective fiction too, and or crime fiction, and it's that puzzle, it's that mystery, I think, which is what drives us forward, needing to find the answers to the questions. And I think she enjoyed that, setting herself the challenge of finding out, what happened and why and to whom. Yeah, definitely.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, picking up on that she'd said in another interview, I've read lots of interviews with her in the last while, very early on I realised that what I still very firmly believe now, that I could remain within the form and be a serious novelist. It's difficult to write a good mystery, easy to write a bad one. That's why so many are written. But you have to do so much in your 80,000 words. Now, I was thinking about that because I don't know if people have read a novel called Eileen by an author called Atessa Moshfegh, but that is a sort of psychological thriller, and Atessa Moshfegh herself is quite a serious literary author. And I read an interview with her in The Guardian at the time that I have to say really put my back up, because she was very scathing about genre fiction, and she said that at the same time she wanted a wider readership. She actually wanted to sell some books. So she had gone off, no comment, but she had gone off and signed up to do a course of write a novel in 90 days with a huge amount of preemptive scorn. No one could possibly do anything like that. But she had actually found, as she did it, that having the constraints of that structure imposed upon her in a way freed her up to think more creatively. And she referred in her interview to a school, and I love that I can bring this in, a school of French structuralism called the Oulipo Workshop, where they set themselves, I think it was a 60s French thing, and they set themselves rules like, write a book without using the letter E. And the way they described that was that if you satisfy the Apollonian aspect of your brain, the part that likes order, then it frees up the Dionysian aspect to go absolutely wild. And their quote was, "I set myself rules in order to be totally free." I mean, I find that for me, when I'm, I know that there are certain tropes I need to rely on for psychological thrillers, and if I bring those in, then it's the problem solving. It gives me guides in which to operate. Do you find that that's the same, Sam?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that structure it is really important, but it is very liberating too, because certainly not everybody, there's not always a dead body, but often in thrillers that's what we're working towards. In detective fiction there would normally be a dead body, and I think having that and thinking about the motivation of the characters, the motivation of the reason for the murder. I think P.D. James talked a lot about it was the emotion, and she felt that love was a very, very strong driving force in a lot of her books for murdering. But that was really where she starts with the story, and I think that's fascinating. And I think that structure, it does liberate you, because it allows you to do lots of other things and create that world, because we're always. That's one of the things she does so enormously well is create a world that we are completely immersed in, and that her location really plays a character in its own right. And I think that's the creativity that she can bring in because of that structure.
And I mean, Elizabeth is an expert on 20th century women's writing, so not just sort of detective fiction. Do you think that novels with more structure sometimes can feel more creative than, things where someone just look at a flower for 60,000 words?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think, I was just thinking as you said that, and thinking about Oulipo, which
Oulipo, thank
would
you.
Be,
I didn't know how to pronounce it.
I claim no expertise on that. I do know someone who's studied their work, and it's very avant-garde. It's not perhaps easily accessible, but I think, as you say, the constraints they set themselves gave them the structure. We see, particular kinds of structures in genre fiction, but in other kinds of novels, I think, again, structure can be very helpful. I mean, to think of, again, a more kind of avant-garde example, a novel like Mrs. Dalloway by Virginia Woolf takes place over the course of a single day in a single location, which is London. But it kind of within that, she ranges very far and wide, again, different kinds of characters, different kinds of psychological experiences. She does bring in lots of history. The kind of ongoing kind of aftermath of the First World War is kind of present in the novel in different ways. But that structure of the single day makes it probably one of Woolf's most accessible and most popular and successful novels. So some of her work that is, I think, less widely read and less appreciated and more difficult is something like The Waves, which still has its own kind of structure, but is a lot more kind of a person staring at a flower for a long time in a way that it kind of makes it much harder to appreciate, I think. So I think, I think we can be surprised sometimes by the structures that novelists choose, and how they kind of give a key to the reader, I think, and a kind of satisfaction in reading when you kind of recognize, oh, this is what is kind of shaping this work. Yeah.
Another quote. I love the idea of bringing order out of disorder, which is what the mystery is about. I like the way in which it affirms the sanctity of human life and exorcises irrational guilt. My reading of that is that she is approaching detective fiction in a way of an elevation of the subject, that there's an examination happening of the fundamental morality behind it, which of course, I mean, she was particularly Christian, so, I'm sure that was a strong driving force for her, and that she, I think, had an intrinsic belief in original sin as well, but not going to get into that. But it does mean, though, that she took it very seriously. She took murder seriously, and she took the after effects of murder seriously. And we are looking at the moment at quite a lot of books and podcasts and, that subgenre of crime novels that really make a joke out of serial killing. Do you think that a more moral approach would be something that we could perhaps more usefully take in our writing? Sam?
I think so. I think, certainly when I'm writing, I'm always thinking about the victim and the fact that there are people out there who are victims and relatives of victims, and they're real people, and real crime happens. And I think, to me, it's certainly when I'm writing, I'm very conscious of that all the time and trying to be sympathetic towards that, but also just realise that there's real stuff out there, and yourself, Harriet, that crime is often stranger than fiction, real life crime. So it's and more gory and awful than we could imagine. So I think there needs to be respect for the genre and respect for the characters involved and the victims and also the murder. I mean, P.G. James talked about sometimes having sympathy for the victim and understanding the victim, but also needing to understand the murderer to a certain extent and their motivation, as I said before, because I think that's sort of one of the fundamentals of her storytelling. As you say, yes, she brings the church in a huge amount in different ways and different levels of symbolism. But I think that, to me, it always feels like there's that sort of solidity, if you like, but underneath the writing, and I think that's really important.
Yeah, Elizabeth?
Yeah, I think that's an important question. And I agree very much that James really has huge respect, I think, shown through her texts, particularly for victims, but and all those for whom kind of violent crime touches, and that's something, of course, that she very explicitly attaches to Dalgleish as something that he insists on in the officers that he works with. And there's kind of quite regularly in her books, she'll explore either it's a memory or it's a particular occurrence in the novel of, kind of some officer being disrespectful and always being really then kind of pulled up by Dalgleish to say, kind of remember these are human beings. And in that way, I think she is, in many ways, a very serious writer. She's not, she's not perhaps of the most kind of gritty, hard-boiled school of crime writing, but she's also not of the sort of frivolous nature either. And I think she would find it very abhorrent to think about murder being written about in a frivolous way. But I think the question of morality is really interesting, because one of the things, again, that she does in her book so well, I think, is I think, we can see traces of her own convictions within the text, but I think she also quite, as a writer, I think she herself is quite private in a way, kind of like Dalglish, that she, but she really leads, I think, a lot of her characters into explorations of morality that are really incredibly varied, so she has characters that are very religious, she has characters that are very irreligious, she has characters that have a very strong sense of a personal morality, she has characters that are very kind of selfish and self-motivated, she has characters that are very family-focused, she has characters that are very isolated and sometimes purposefully sort of self-isolated, and she really kind of approaches moral dilemmas in a real kind of vast array of, questions around truth, questions around kind of what each, I think kind of, again, tensions between kind of individual rights and the common good, and kind of what each individual owes to the common good, I think, are something that she explores a lot, and that, again, that I think kind of change over time a bit in her texts, but that she just approaches from a whole different way. And I think that then challenges the reader to think, well, where do I stand? And there's a real sense of self-reflection, I think, that comes in her text.
Yeah, no, I would agree. She also said, I think that when one writes detective stories, one is imposing order and a form of imperfect but human justice on chaos. Do you think that goes to the heart of why we like crime fiction so much? Elizabeth?
Yes, I think so. And I mean, that's certainly something that I think scholars have recognized for a long time, is that novels in general are read as kind of providing order, and that perhaps reaches its height maybe in the Victorian period with the kind of Victorian novel of it's going to include the whole world and everything in its place, and the satisfactions of closure. But I think the detective story takes the sort of satisfactions of closure to its kind of highest level of we have, and James regularly refers to murder as the kind of ultimate crime. It's the crime that there can never be a full restoration, because of course the dead can't be brought back. And therefore justice will always be partial, but the closure that is come with kind of disorder has been wrought, life has been lost, we don't know who or why, and by the end of the novel we know who and why. And I think that does provide great consolation. And I guess a question that I always have off, I think, the back of that, which I'm kind of now putting a question out to both of you, is a bit of does that make it an inherently kind of conservative genre, that it is about the sort of restoration of order rather than about kind of the sort of possibility of a new order, I guess.
Let me throw that to you, Sam.
Thank you, Harriet. I think it's absolutely, you're absolutely bang on when you talk about detective fiction being that safe place for readers. And I think when we see spikes in anxiety, when the world is a bit shook for whatever reason, certainly there's a reflective spike in crime fiction being read, because yes, it's very much a case of where there's a whole load of things going wrong, and it's a bit awful, but you're in safe hands with a crime writer, because we will bring you through at the end. And I suppose that's part of our responsibility to a reader, to make sure that level of control and you find you end up being in a safe place, whether that means there is, well, there's what needs to be resolution for the characters, or whether there's retribution for the murderer. That's an entirely different matter because they don't always get banged to rights at the end. But no, I think that's a really, really good point. And I think, and I loved your point about how P.G. James covers all of those different types of people and different relationships and their sort of relationships with morality are completely different. But she manages to do it in one book, which is really every single book. So it's not just a bit of that in one. It's something that she does, and I think that makes her for a reader a very sort of rewarding read. That everybody's going to find something they can identify with. They're going to see things that they're familiar with, and I suppose that empathy is really, really important. I also think when she created Dalgleish, having this sort of grief and trauma in his background was a really strong character trait. And again, it's that empathy. It's the fact that he's been through this terrible thing with his wife dying in childbirth and losing his son, and has never really come to terms with that or got over it. It's almost like he fears another relationship in case he goes back into that sort of the trauma and the grief again. So I think she's well read, and detective fiction is well read because of that sort of well-roundedness, if you like, the fact that there's something for everybody in it. And yes, you're very much in a safe space when you read detective fiction.
Though I think that, that is a good point, and you mentioned at the beginning of how she is very much an author of her time, and it is, if you look at what's been happening with the Metropolitan Police, for example, that the idea of a police officer like Dalgleish, who's so inherently decent, and the idea that justice is done by way of arrest and conviction is, I wonder if one of the reasons we read it too is the sort of harking back to a time that, probably didn't ever exist, but it feels like there was a safety there, which in reality isn't there at all. And in fact, it perhaps does a disservice that we keep, is it the sort of the whitewashing of the police service? I know that there's an actual word for this, and I was thinking about it with its, Brooklyn Nine-Nine and the NYPD, who seems so, funny and lovely, and Jake Peralta, we all love him. But actually, the NYPD are up to all sorts of awfulness. So it's always worth bearing that in mind when we read fiction like this, that the reality is sadly very far removed from what we see on the page of this very thoughtful man. I'm going to move on.
Sorry, Harry,
sorry,
can I just
no,
jump in on that?
please,
Yes. I think that's a really important point. And I think what I see in James is a real tension in that I think, she does largely presents the Met in a very positive light, and certainly via Dalgleish. She was very senior in the Met, and we don't really ever see him criticizing it in a serious way. But at the same time, she also does, I think, seed in across her books a recognition also of its limitations and its drawbacks and its vulnerabilities. And again, I noticed this in rereading it more recently, some of her novels from kind of the mid-'80s, where she does note that, Dalgleish has this sort of moment of reflection of, perhaps, I was always told to seek out a police officer if I was in danger as a child or if I was lost. Perhaps black children wouldn't be comfortable doing that, and their parents wouldn't be comfortable telling them that. And he has this moment of reflection, and he doesn't really do anything with it, and it doesn't really go anywhere. But it's also there, and it's there in a novel from 1985. So I think she herself perhaps was seeing some of the cracks that she maybe didn't want to recognize in a more serious way. And I think that is, again, I think that's a tension in her books.
Well, I think this ties in with what we were talking about earlier, that what she said and what she put on the page were perhaps two quite different. She was an inherently very conservative figure with some very, very conservative views, which were, of their time. But yet the characterization that she gives, even in, you'd sort of come up with an example of a character who died of AIDS in one of the novels set in the 80s, and how sympathetically that was drawn. And that's the sort of, it's almost as if there was a tension within her of her public face of thou shalt not, and yet her more private, compassionate side.
I think she had huge compassion and empathy for individuals, and that's, again, her greatest strength. And she was always, I think, willing to try and see all sides of a character. And one of the things I think she does so well is make us empathize with really incredibly unsympathetic characters that you think, if I met this person, I would not like them. And you know, again, like as many of the characters in her novels will say about a victim, I'm not sorry that they're dead. Because they're really quite horrible people. And yet, she still makes us have sympathy for them because she gets into, again, the kind of inner life of all of these different characters. And many of her minor characters are very sympathetically drawn. What she then, I think, also felt was that real then resistance to any kind of sense of institutional change that might actually make things better for people who are minoritized in different ways, you know. So, you know, it's like
she could see it without necessarily having
it without
a solution.
necessarily thinking about solutions.
But at least having a light cast is better than not, I suppose. That moving, I mean, that actually takes me quite nicely in terms of the characterization into my next question, which was that you know, the way that we're taught now to write novels is that we have to start in media res, and that you kick off with a bang and you've got the body immediately. I mean, in Devices and Desires, for example, that we don't get a body until, well, we have bodies, but that's a different matter. For the main meat of the novel, it doesn't really kick off until halfway through, when the victim, Hilary Roberts, is finally found. And it was actually his reflection on her passing that we saw at the beginning of this talk. I mean, I think that it's fantastic that you actually spend so much time with the victim before they become a victim in order to understand why they've become a victim. But it's, and you know, and there's this really strong sense of building inexorable doom. But there's no getting away from the fact that it's quite a slow burn approach, and that, you know, Sam, I know that you may not get this, but I certainly get some criticism sometimes about that being a slow burn book, and people don't like it. You know, they want their bang to start immediately. Do you think, though, that we could perhaps take a bit longer over the setup, that it would be an approach that, even if not one that publishers seem to encourage, would be one that we could, you know, perhaps start bringing in? What do you think?
I think it's tricky nowadays because we're writing for readers whose attention spans have been shortened by social media. And so people are responding very quickly to things, and they want instant satisfaction, and they want to be drawn into a story very, very quickly. And that's something I suppose we need to be conscious of. So our reader is a different reader from P.D. James's reader. I think, yes, she gets us straight into Devices and Desires. You mentioned she gets us straight in. I love the way she got us straight into that, the start with knowing that the victim is going to be a victim, and then we're at the edge of our seats waiting for it to happen. And so, yes, so we meet them and we get to know who these victims are going to be, which I think is lovely. And then we go off to Bedford Row and to the poetry, the whole conversation about poetry and Dalglish and collecting proofs to take to Alice, and we go off. We're not even in. It's a complete move away. So I think she has, from the perspective of a reader, she was writing at a time where you could be much more indulgent in terms of creating character and location and all of the things that she does. So I think we probably have a slightly tougher job, in the sense that we need to carry those readers along quite quickly, but still give them that depth and that immersive sense. Yes, it's a different. I think it's to do with the reader as much as anything else.
What do you think?
I mean, I have a couple of thoughts on that. I mean, one is I think it's worth pointing out as well that P.D. James's books didn't get really long until she was quite established in her career. You know,
there's no
that,
other authors like that
you know,
that I can think of.
So, you know, so I mean, you know, so she'd been writing for a good, you know, decade or more before you start getting the real doorstoppers. And so I think, you know, in a way, she perhaps had to sort of earn that kind of grace from her publishers. They are certainly a slow burn, but she also kind of she often teases at the beginning with, and I've noticed this in several of the books, where there are multiple deaths, and the first death is not usually the sort of main one of the story, you know. So there's like someone commits suicide, and it's only, again, about 2/3 of the way through the book that we realize how the deaths are connected. But she does that in a couple of occasions where there's a suicide very early on, and then, or in the case of Devices and Desires, there's a serial killer who isn't even...
Yeah, not relevant. I love that.
Not even the main
You just don't
bit.
get that in
It's
anyone
just
now.
oh, there's a serial killer doing his thing.
It just operates off in a corner.
And the story starts then with one of their victims that isn't the sort of main focus of the story, but it does do that bit of just sort of pulling. And I think, you know, there's several of her novels, even in the first sentence, will indicate that, you know, there's a death. So it's a bit of a grabs people in. Then we have this whole long kind of discursive thing, you know. In many ways, it does seem very Victorian in its length, in its wide cast of characters. You know, there might be a small number of suspects, but there's always a lot of characters. You know, it's like there's everyone in the village, there's everyone who works at the publishing house, there's everyone who, you know, works at the nuclear power station, there's, you know, there's just lots of, you know, people getting drawn in, and all these little side bits of the sort of backstories of all these characters. So it does have that feeling of a kind of Dickensian, you know, let's just put everything in the kitchen sink into it, in a way that it is maybe, yeah, I think more challenging.
I think that's very skillful misdirection, though, isn't it? Because
yes.
And she's a master of structure.
Yeah.
She talks about Jane Austen being a master of structure too. But that thing, particularly with the Whistler, we have these deaths at the start, and we're convinced that this is what the story is about, and we don't find out until halfway through that it's, you know, it's not that at all. But that's got Dalgleish to Norfolk, and got him into the right place for the story to unfold, and because we're hooked. And we want to know what's happened. We've got these mysteries. We need to keep reading to find out what happened, and that's a real skill. So it gives her the space then to indulge, perhaps Dalgleish's little trip to see his publisher, or, you know, wandering down the coast, or the windmill, or whatever the bits might be, because we need to know what happens, and we have to keep reading, and that's skill, I think.
She referred in interviews more than once to the W.H. Auden essay, The Guilty Vicarage. In that, he says that a body on the drawing room carpet is much more interesting than the bullet-riddled bodies down Raymond Chandler's mean streets. And that is something that James plays with a lot herself in terms of where she puts her bodies. That, you know, we have one in A Certain Justice that's found in a barrister's chambers. We have the body in Death in Holy Orders that's found in the church of a theological college. Why do you think it's so effective to have this juxtaposition? And do you agree with her idea that it's more interesting than sort of cold, hard noir streets? Sam?
I think it depends very much on the book, but I think certainly in her world, it's the shock factor, I suppose, isn't it, of the person who's come from, who perhaps has a quite comfortable life and an interesting background, or that they appear that on the surface, to then suddenly wind up dead in the carpet. And in the same with in Devices and Desires, Hilary Robertson is very attractive, and she's very successful, and she's a very powerful woman, and then for her to wind up dead, an apparent victim of the Whistler, becomes, I suppose, more shocking in some ways. And then it's as we discover their backstory and the things that have gone on in their past, and the Devices and Desires, we learn more about them, and it becomes more apparent as to why. But yeah, I think it's sort of, I suppose, a shock factor, if you like, more than anything else. yeah, I don't know, Elizabeth, what do you think?
Well, I will admit that I'm a very biased reader and that I tend to avoid the sort of more hard-boiled end of the kind of crime writing spectrum. So, and I don't want to dismiss it. Like, I think it has its place, and I think, you know, a victim is a victim is a victim wherever they're found. But I do think that there's certainly, I think, dramatic tension that James really self-consciously uses by having these kind of corpses found in unexpected places that, yeah, allows her to then explore these different kinds of worlds, whether that's the, you know, the barrister's world or the publishing house or the theological college or, you know, whatever. And I think also some of her most, you know, kind of compassionate and emotional writing is the experience of the people who find the victim, you know, and it often is, you know, the most innocent who have this incredibly traumatic experience of finding a person who's been violently done to death. And she never glosses over that. And she doesn't over sentimentalize it either. I mean, she's not a sentimental writer in any at all. I mean, sometimes you think, sometimes she's quite cold and harsh. But she really does, I think, has, there's scope, I guess, for having characters who might never have seen that kind of violence to come across it and be forever changed and kind of wounded by that experience. Yeah, and I think even in the bit you read from Devices and Desires was so interesting because even for Dalgleish, he reflects that he's seen many, many dead bodies, but he is almost always prepared. You know, he's been summoned to the scene of a crime, and this is, I don't know if it was the first time, but maybe it was the first time that he had ever actually found a body himself, and that was different, and it was shocking, and it did throw him kind of back on himself in a distressing way that he then has to kind of reflect on and cope with.
You've both mentioned setting quite a few times in replies. How would you say that she uses the setting to enhance the narrative of her novels? Sam?
I think she very much uses it as character, and she uses it then to reflect the mood of her characters. So it might be dark, it might be stormy, or whatever. Those sounds very obvious, but you know, even the walking down the beach that Dalgleish does, there's something so representative about his character and his need to walk, and the distance and the peace that he finds, and how he's reflecting on his poetry at that moment. And I think that's very symbolic of his character. And she uses an awful lot of the landscape to reflect the character, to reflect the situation. I think, certainly when I write, locations doesn't happen by accident. It's part of the story. You choose to set a book in a particular place because that place is representative or symptomatic or whatever it might be, and significant to the story. It's part of the story, like it's locked in, like the characters are. And I think she's, well, I mean, her description, am I allowed to read a bit here? I think her description is beautiful.
Yes, please do.
When Dalgleish gets to Norfolk at the start of Devices and Desires, she says, here a right turn took him to the coastal road on what was little more than, sorry, very small type, on more than a smoothly macadamed track bordered by water-filled ditches and fringed by the golden haze of reeds, their lumbered heads straining in the wind. And now for the first time he thought that he could smell the North Sea, that potent but half illusionary tang, evoking nostalgic moments of childhood holidays, of solitary adolescent walks as he struggled with his first poems, of his aunt's tall figure at his side, binoculars around her neck, striding towards the haunts of her beloved birds. I just think that's beautiful. I love the golden haze of reeds, their lumbered heads straining in the wind. I mean, we're there, aren't we, in that moment? So her choice of language is just amazing, and we get so much more from it. It adds all of those extra layers to make us really see and feel the story and feel those characters.
Elizabeth?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think setting is, the way she deals with setting is one of her great strengths. And, you know, and as a reader, I'm very drawn to texts that have a strong sense of place in them. And I think that's one of the reasons I've gone back to her texts. And she, I think, you know, what Sam said is really spot on about place being a character. And she wrote in one of her essays on detective fiction, I don't remember the quote exactly, but it was about how she thought setting was very important, but it needs to be kind of active in the text, that it was about, she didn't want the setting to be just backdrop, but that she tried to show the setting through a character's perspective, so that it was, again, yeah, showing mood, establishing mood, and so it's a real kind of, I think, dynamic relationship between the characters and the setting that helps then advance the plot, develop the character, establish the mood, establish a change of mood. She does this, I think, with the seasons really well as well. I mean, there's, you know, I don't know if all of her books are set in the autumn, but it seems like lots of them are, in that sense of kind of brooding, change, unsettling kind of time is very present, particularly in Devices and Desires, I think, but in some of her other texts as well. Yeah, so I think there's a real, she's very self-conscious about how she uses the setting. And I think, again, it's particularly in these really lengthy books that are kind of 500 odd pages, you know, we are very invited to live in them, you know, and I think it's how well drawn the settings are that help with that. Yeah.
I think that's so well put, Elizabeth. I just have to say, that dynamic relationship between character and location. I think I'm going to watch this back and take that out as a quote. You nailed it there. It was brilliant. Yeah.
And I'm going to take us away from such lyrical thoughts to something slightly more profane. In her extended essay talking about detective fiction and in many other interviews, she was very rude about Agatha Christie, describing her as a literary conjurer who places her pasteboard characters face downwards and shuffles them with practiced cunning. And this is a piece of shade that I would love to have come up with myself, that perhaps Christie's greatest strength was that she never overstepped the limit of her talent. Burn. Do you agree? This is really controversial stuff now. And I'm going to ask you, Sam, how do you think the two characters compare, especially given Christie's like massive popularity?
I think it's a good question. I think they write very different books. I think P.D. James is very much that literary writer, and she's focused on all those elements. She was a lover of poetry, and she loved sonnets, and she brings all of the imagery and the symbolism and all of those things to her books. Whereas Agatha Christie was very much plot driven, and her plots are genius. And I always marvel that every book has a different solution and an incredible solution. You know, Murder of Roger Ackroyd brought in the first time we had an unreliable narrator, and so they're incredibly clever books. So I think it's two different skill sets, I suppose. The genius of being able to plot, and then I suppose the genius of that literary imagery and scene building. Two different things. So I'm remaining very neutral on this subject.
And as president of the Society of Authors, I admire your diplomacy. That's very well put. What do you think, Elizabeth?
Well, I mean, I think I would go back to what I said at the beginning about saying that I don't think there is actually this firm dividing line between good novels and not good novels. And I think I do agree with Sam that there are, you know, the different writers have different strengths, and you know, apples and oranges you can't really compare them. And I think, I think Christie and James are very different writers, and I don't think James's characterization of her is fair.
I'm glad you say that, because actually I was going to leap slightly to Christie's defense, because I mean, for a start, she manages, you know, talking about how much you have to do with 80,000 words. I mean, she sticks to well below 80,000 words for just about all of her books. And also, I think that with some of the there are some psychological thrillers in there as well as the sort of the locked room. I think, I mean, The Hollow, for me, even though, okay, that is more of a detection, but The Hollow has some characterization which I think is absolutely superb in terms of the unfaithful genius husband and the way that plays out. An Endless Night, I think, is an absolutely tremendous Christie novel, and and she does that with so little. It's just sort of dropped in there, and given that writing short stories, I mean, I've only ever written 2 because they're really difficult. They say that novels are a sort of a lazy person's way of writing short stories. And I mean, I'd certainly own that characterization for myself. So I think that I do not, this is probably heresy to say, and sorry, I know we're celebrating James, but it's possible that there might have been a little bit of jealousy coming in there. Even though she was so much lauded, Christie was even more widely lauded. And but yes, I suppose we'll see in another 50 years who's still being read and to what extent. I mean, we are. Sorry, yes, of course.
Jump back in again. Well, I would say I do see some. I think there is actually a line you can draw between Poirot and Dalgleish. They're very different in many ways, but they have their similarities.
We don't know Poirot's backstory, but they are both so idiosyncratic.
They're idiosyncratic. Again, their intelligence, their sense of being able to sort of penetrate the mysteries of kind of human nature.
Yeah,
I mean, I think.
Yeah,
I think there's influence.
Yeah, even if she wouldn't have owned it, but we can't ask.
Yeah.
And I think we're coming close to the end. So what I'm going to finish up by doing is asking you both what your favourite novel of P.D. James is, if you are able to narrow it down to one, and why. Sam?
Well, it's probably hopeless when it comes to these things because I'm always love the thing I've read most recently. And I read Devices and Desires again, and I just was so taken by the structure and by the beautiful writing, that lovely landscape. And there are so, as Elizabeth said earlier, there are so many different types of characters, and there are so many different plots and subplots woven through it, and yet they all balance beautifully and they all interconnect beautifully. So in terms of sort of, it's like a beautiful piece of knitting, I think, a P.D. James book. It just is everything, every stitch is there for a reason, and it connects with the next one, and it holds it all up together. So from that perspective, I think I'd definitely go for Devices and Desires. Sorry, cop out, because I've literally read it most recently.
It's. I mean, I think it's brilliant. It is long, but it doesn't feel as if any of it's wasted, I don't think. How about you?
Well, I think my favorite has always been actually the first one I read, which I read kind of right shortly after it came out when I was in my early 20s, and I've gone back to it several times, which is Death and Holy Orders. And I think I like it partly because it's set in a theological college. I quite like churchy books. I quite like academic books, unsurprisingly, perhaps. I think it is somewhat of an homage to Dorothy Sayers' Gaudy Night, which is kind of one of my favorite novels of all time. Brilliant book. And I think also because it brings in the wonderful Emma Lavenham. And one of the things I really love is books that kind of blur genres. And one of the things I'm really excited about kind of in kind of most kind of recent readings is seeing how kind of fantasy and crime are starting to kind of have more and more books that are kind of crossing over. I think that's great, but also the romance and the murder mystery kind of crossover. And obviously the romance element in Death and Holy Orders is very subtle and very, very side plot. But it's there, and it kind of then develops through the next couple of books in a way that I quite appreciate. Yeah.
I think I would say A Certain Justice, primarily because of my previous work as a criminal barrister. But I think that she's so spectacularly awful, yet fascinating, Venetia. And as an exploration of it's that awful question when I was practicing and I ever got a taxi and I said what I did, that of course they would sit there going, how can you possibly represent someone if you know they're guilty? And And it is a really interesting question, though, how you can do it. And, you know, the older I get, the more I sort of slightly wonder about how I would feel if I was still doing the job, when you actually see the impact that it has on victims and families. And I think that novel does explore the question in a way that is quite even-handed, because, you know, she is pro-structure, she is pro... you know, the old norms of how things are done. But I think she is still also able to explore the question of you know, why barristers are barristers and what it is that they do. I'd also like to give a shout out to the novel An Unsuitable Job for a Woman, which is, we've not talked about. There are two novels with the female private eye detective, Cordelia. I mean, sadly, the series was never further developed because it made its way onto television, and James hated the way that they showed her, that Cordelia Gray was her name, that they gave up. She wouldn't do it because she said, I'd have to do a whole disclaimer at the beginning saying that they took the character and they made her something completely wrong, and I'm now reclaiming her, and so she didn't do it. But that was at the time that novel came out, was also around the time that there were the Patricia Cornwell novels were coming out with V.I. Warshawski and Sue Grafton, and that bit in the 80s when, you know, female-driven detective fiction was really starting to be a thing. And so I'd like to give that an honourable mention. But I think the Dalgleish series overall is a sort of the masterwork, and it is absolutely worth your reading. We are displaying here Cover Her Face, which is the first, and also was her least favourite because she'd been practising, she said, when she wrote it. But I really think that they're excellent. They do stand up to time, and you know, the fact that we've been able to fill an hour, and I think could have filled far longer with discussion, will go some way to show that. Well, we have reached the end. Thank you all so much for your attention. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Sam. You have both been amazing contributors. And I would like to thank the festival organisers and the audience for joining us. I've really enjoyed this, so I hope you have too.
Hi, Sandy. They can't. I'm just making sure they can't hear you. Yeah, they can't hear you in the room anymore. I'm sorry, the nature of it, everyone just disappears. But,
That's brilliant. That's great. Listen, thank you so much. That went very well. We managed to get through it.
well done. No, it's a total pleasure. I've just emailed you the link if you want to track back and have a look. Your camera mix was different what people online saw. People online did see you. I have to send you back to you because it's distracting.
Huge in the middle. Gosh, yes. Thank you so much. That was seamless. Well done. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. Are we all here? I think so. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Granite Noir and Myth, Murder, and Monstrosity. My name is Eris Young, and I am delighted to be on stage with four fantastic writers this evening, the first of which is our local in the limelight, Bernard Briggs. So Locals in the Limelight is Granite Noir's way of highlighting exciting local talent. So would you please give it up for Bernard Briggs?
Thank you very much, Eris. It's nice to be back at Granite Noir. Just a brief a brief word about this piece. It actually started life as a bit of an experiment. I decided I'd write a story without any narrative at all, just a conversation between a group of people. And when I showed it to and read it to a local writers group that I belong to, they said, "You know what you've done there, don't you?" I said, "What?" They said, "You've actually written a script." So at that point, I'd only written one scene. I've written 9 now, another 1 to go. So this is called A Vainglorious Picnic. Mandible and Crinoline Vainglorious at the breakfast table discussing their twin daughters, Lottie and Petunia. Mr. Vainglorious lowers his newspaper, takes a sip from a silver goblet, and dabs his red-stained lips with a napkin. Where were they this morning? Ah, yes, Lottie was attached to one of the tassels on the chaise longue. I think the poor thing is still a bit confused. Petunia, well, she was making 2 neat little holes in your tobacco pouch when I found her. You know, the one fashioned from your Uncle Belvedere's double chin. I have to say she was quite reluctant to let go. I had to prick my finger to tempt her off. I know, one's not supposed to, but needs must. You'll have to be careful with that, old dear. It's quite risky weaning them too early. Yes, exactly, darling. And while we're on the subject of, and where are they now? I locked them in the stone cellar. They can't get into too much trouble down there, and it's nice and dark. Which one's the stone cellar again? The one above the bone cellar. Oh yes, is the boiler on? We wouldn't want the little mites getting cold. Oh yes, and Mrs. Scrivens put down some straw and a bowl of water. Jolly good. This parenting lark is proving a bit tricky, don't you think? Mrs. Vanglorious toys with a sliver of raw kidney on her plate. When do you think we should, let them out, so to speak? I'm so excited to show them off to my friends. Millicent thinks... Millicent? Yes, you know Millicent. Her husband is the superintendent at the mortuary. Afraid I can't place them. The very pale man who fell out with the committee. You remember? Do I? Yes, surely you've not forgotten, the shortages last year. Shortages? Sorry, still, the substandard imports. Oh, yes, the gaunt fellow, very little meat on him, as I recall. Yes, that's the chap. Well, his wife, Millicent, was saying one should integrate the children as early as possible, helps them concentrate and prevents some of the biting. Does it? Oh, yes. Apparently they were able to avoid quite a lot of damage to their furniture when they let their little ones out at a mere 12 months. My lord, that's a bit young, don't you think? I mean, how old are ours now? Mandible, really? Spleen croquettes are cooling rapidly on their serving platter. Mandible picks one up, sniffs it, and pops it into his mouth. Sorry, Crinoline, old thing. I think I'm still trying to come to terms with the fact that we have children at all. Well, we both are, darling, but you really must focus if we're to make a success of this. After all, we are a partnership with responsibilities. Not something to be taken lightly. And for your information, they are 15 months already. Pardon? Lottie and Petunia, 15 months old and still sharpening their teeth around the house. They're the most beautiful children in the world, but in danger of falling behind. We can't allow that. So we need to act before it's too late. Too late for what? The twins, Mandible, do keep up. They won't have developed in time for the weaning banquet on their 2nd birthday. Yes, So what do you suggest? Well, I was thinking about, I'm not sure how you feel about possibly a picnic, perhaps? Picnic, you say? Yes. During the day? Well, obviously not, darling, no. Glad to hear it. You'll be aware those newfangled extra-strong sun creams do not work, especially for people with our elevated lineage. Yes, dear. No, dear. No, I had in mind more of a late night, perhaps even a midnight picnic. Continue. Well, I thought we could hold it on one of the rear lawns. We could erect some decorative lighting. Lottie and Petunia would love that. Lay out rugs on the terrace, invite all of our friends and their children, of course, crack open some barrels of au naturel, and if we're lucky, perhaps entice 1 or 2 special guests from the village to contribute to a buffet. I can't think of anything better to show off the girls. It'll be just wonderful. I have to admit, my dear, you seem to have thought of everything and paint quite the jolly picture. It'll have to be a warm night, though. The next couple of weeks or so are meant to be really warm and dry, even at night. So Mrs. Scrivens was saying, anyway. Apparently she has special intuition in such matters, inherited it from maternal grandfather, who inherited it quite. Well, this definitely appears to mean a lot to you, Crinoline, and even I can see the benefits all round. Let's organise it without delay. We'll show everyone how proud we are of our 2 little ones and how up to date we are in our parenting methods. Ring down for Mrs. Scrivens and let's discuss the arrangements. Oh, Mandible, how exciting, thank you. You must promise me, though, no more finger pricking. I promise, not even for you, darling. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bernie. I think that, yeah, there's some shared themes there across all the work we're going to be discussing tonight. So I am thrilled to be on stage here with Elle Nash, Kirsty Logan, and Sarah Maria Griffin talking about their new books. I'll say a few words about each of our authors, but first, would you please join me in a massive round of applause? Thank you very much. So today we're going to be discussing three very dark, sly, subversive new books, which is to say Deliver Me by Elle Nash, No and Other Love Stories by Kirsty Logan, and Eat the Ones You Love by Sarah Maria Griffin, which you can currently pre-order. So I'll just say a few words about our authors. Author and screenwriter Elle Nash is the author of 4 books, known for her exploration of desire, identity, and revenge. Her most recent novel, Deliver Me, was longlisted for Fiction Book of the Year by Scotland's National Book Awards. And as a journalist, she's known for her intimate style of interview with some of culture's most complex figures, including author Bret Easton Ellis and former adult star Sasha Grey. So, Kirsty, juggling all these books. Kirsty Logan is an author of novels, short stories, chapbooks, and collaborative projects with musicians and illustrators. Her books have won the Lambda, Polari, Saboteur, Scott, and Gavin Wallace Awards, and she lives in Glasgow with her family, where she is working on film and TV projects. And last but not least, Sarah Maria Griffin is from Dublin, Ireland. She is the author of the novels Spare and Found Parts and Other Words for Smoke, and also Eat the Ones You Love, and Other Words for Smoke won an Irish Book Award in 2019. She writes about video games for The Guardian, and her nonfiction has appeared in the Irish Times, Winter Papers, and The Stinging Fly. She also makes zines. Right. So to start us off, I would like each of you to just say a few words about the central conceit of your new book, or about the main character and where they find themselves at the start of the story, just to situate the audience. Elle, do you want to start?
Yes, I
Great.
will start. So Deliver Me it follows a mid-30s woman named Dee Dee who lives in the Ozarks, which is rural Arkansas, or rural Missouri. And she wants nothing more than to be a mother. She's escaped a religious, traumatic past, but her community is still very much oppressive in that way. And when she finally does get pregnant with her ex-con boyfriend, who has an insect fetish, her first ever crush, a girl named Sloane, moves back home to town. And it just so happens that Sloane also becomes pregnant at this time. I won't give away too much, but later on in the novel, you kind of find out that not everything is as it seems, and things don't really go well for anyone in the novel. Yeah.
Thank you. Kirsty?
So No and Other Love Stories is a collection of very, 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 very dark love stories. How dark? Well, let me tell you. So, for example, the first story is about a woman who has a cannibalism fetish, and she falls in love with a butcher. I won't give away the ending. It's a happy ending.
It's very sweet.
It's a very sweet story, I think.
Delighted for her.
It's very romantic. Good for her. There's a story about a teenage girl who becomes sexually obsessed with the female vampire who eats her period. I personally think period vampires are going to be the next big trend, but we'll just see. Not so sure, but I would quite like to see that. We have a woman in a wartime city who realizes that she would prefer her fiancé if he were a ghost. So she maneuvers situations so that happens. And we have also 2 girls in a medieval convent who repeatedly become possessed with demons and have to make the ultimate sacrifice for their love for one another. That's just a few of the stories.
Sarah?
Hello, how's it going? Sorry, that sounds great. These are fantastic ones to follow.
They're really good.
Eat the ones you love. Eris said to maybe talk about one of the main characters. The novel is narrated by a sentient orchid whose name is Baby. And he is cruel and catty and in love with a florist called Nev. And the story of Eat the Ones You Love unfolds in a shopping centre, not unlike one that I spent many years working in slinging video games. And it centres largely a woman called Shell who begins to work in the flower shop and starts to fall for Nev, unaware that Nev is otherwise spoken for. The story moves between the shopping centre and Nev's former fiancé, Dr. Jen, a benevolent American who has recently skipped town and finds her way back to the mall at the heart of the story. Yeah, that's kind of what it's about.
Yeah.
It's a horrible time.
Yeah, things also don't go well.
No, everyone gets what they deserve, I'll say that.
Yeah. So the first thing I want to talk about is desire, because it's really central to all 3 of these books. Our characters' desires get them deep into trouble, and the pervading sense of like unfulfilled desire especially creates a lot of tension. So what is it about desire, especially unfulfilled desire, unattainable desire, that is so horrifying?
I think for a woman, writing about desire is still such a taboo. And a lot of the events that I've done for this book, people are like, the taboos. And obviously there's the stuff about periods and cannibalism, but to be honest, I think a lot of it is desire is the taboo. And I think there are a lot of restrictions on how women are supposed to act, how queer women are supposed to act, and how mothers are supposed to act. And as a queer mother, I feel that triple. The restrictions that are not spoken. You aren't told that you aren't supposed to do or say or feel certain things. But for someone who is in the care of a young child to have these unusual desires is seen as risky or dangerous, or what about the child? And I still think to write about desire and rage in particular, for women and for mothers, is still really a huge taboo, even though that's something that we all feel to some extent. We all feel some desire for something. We all feel rage about something. But it still is such a difficult thing to write about. And maybe we have to have them be unfulfilled to give ourselves a little bit of a buffer. It's almost safer if it's unfulfilled.
I was just thinking about how all of my unfulfilled desires always get me into trouble. Well, maybe that's why I write about it so much. I honestly, I understand exactly what you're saying, and I feel like I often think about desire, and from the Buddhist perspective, about how craving becomes like the seed or the root of all suffering. I think for a long time, especially when I was younger, I had this perspective that also probably came from religion, of this sense that like any desire, any craving, like this is bad and it must be squashed. And so I think, for me, I'm just consistently fascinated about even if you work through a process of accepting your desire, like on a human level, it's kind of inevitable that something else, like it's always going to come back. Like desire is like a cyclical thing that actually never ends, and we all have it. And also it kind of like feels really good to yearn, and I like exploring like that. Like why does it feel good to have like this tiny little bit of like, or even a huge amount of like suffering of like that gap between what you want and what you can have? And why do we like to live there? And then why does it breed obsession? And then what's like the tipping point when you're probably going to accidentally murder someone or kill the one you love? Like where is that tipping point?
Yeah, it's that safe buffer. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that you really kind of nailed it. There is nothing more dangerous than a pit without a bottom, and that endlessness that you can access when you're in a state of desire can become extraordinarily dangerous and also extraordinarily taboo. It's difficult to describe. It's hard to talk about. It's not really a pleasant kind of over a cup of tea with your pals. Like, I have this huge gaping maw inside of me. It's very difficult to wrap language around, which is why I think it's such a fabulous place to explore horror, because there is nothing more frightening than not being able to see the end of the tunnel, and especially when it comes to want. That what if there was no answer for the pain in your heart? What if there was no answer for the hunger? Like, that's the scary stuff, And I think walking into that it's so much fun to walk into an fiction, but it's not great crack when you're kind of living it day to day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can kind of erect it and become an architect of this want within the work. And in some ways, for me anyway, I find it a lovely site of purging. If I take the chasm out of myself and put it in the pages, then maybe we might find a bottom to the pit after all.
And I think there's so much shame in admitting to having that chasm, or there's so much shame in admitting to hunger for anyone or anything or any experience. But yet we all live under capitalism, which is about creating that hunger, creating that desire for things that we probably don't need, actually. So simultaneously, we mustn't admit that we want anything or need anything, but also we must be constantly unfulfilled in order for capitalism to work. Because if that chasm was filled, we wouldn't buy anything.
No. So hunger is the nature of the world, right?
Yeah.
We kind of, the first thing we do when we arrive is we scream for food. And the way that I had a baby very recently. Sorry. And that is how we stay in the world. We stay hungry, we stay wanting. And that's how the great machine keeps us, the hungry are very easy to control.
Yeah, I knew we would talk about capitalism sooner or later.
Oh, yeah.
I think we made it, 10 minutes?
Yeah,
right in there.
It's fun, yeah.
Eat the rich you love.
Yeah.
Delicious.
So beyond unattainable desires, these books really showcase the unique psychopathologies of their characters. Each story in No kind of peels back the lid on very specific and strange inner lives of the characters. In Deliver Me, there's a really intense, visceral psychological portrait of the main character. And in Eat the Ones You Love, we have Baby kind of narrating these surgically precise analyses of Shell's insecurities. So as writers, how do you go about inhabiting the psychology, the often broken psychology of your characters?
This is a therapy session.
Free therapy.
Free therapy. I think for me, so with Dee Dee, so some of the backstory I usually say is it started because the novel idea started because this very fringe crime happened in my town in 2015, and then I just kind of had thought about it for a long time. And I think for me, and in terms of inhabiting the psychology, I guess it just started with curiosity and empathy and just really trying to understand why and how something like this could happen with a person. And I think the more that I dug into it, the more I was this actually doesn't seem that insane. I understand that that a person with mental illness is suffering, but I can understand it, and have empathy for it. So I think it kind of started there, and then I don't know, I think when I'm writing, I do kind of just try to, how do I say this without sounding so pretentious? I do method acting exercises sometimes to help me think about what it is I'm trying to explore and kind of get into that mindset, and I think that helps me as well in terms of trying to embody more visceral aspects of things. Yeah.
I had a kind of question at the heart of this book, and it's a sort of a slightly silly one, but it will unfold. I love the musical Little Shop of Horrors, and when you first think of Little Shop of Horrors, if you've seen it, it's about a talking plant, not unlike Eat the Ones You Love. That's kind of where it begins and ends in terms of similarities. The other similar vein is that it's about poverty. You kind of skip over the poverty in Little Shop because you're so entranced by the plant. And the question at the heart of that is, what would you do? What would you give to get out of where you're from? And that question is at the heart of this book as well. And I dug into that with Shell, who is not very well behaved, not very nice, probably not very sympathetic the whole time. There's an exploration of compulsive heterosexuality. She's a bisexual woman who sort of finds herself in a bit of a situation that is, some elements are very easy and very natural to her, and some elements of it are more challenging and more frightening and more attractive. And I was very interested in exploring that. And there were loads of just questions you carry around your life with you in your pockets. You know, when you come to a novel, you come to it with all of the unanswered queries you have about the life that you've lived so far. And for me, ultimately, the book isn't just a book about, it's very easy to say it's a book about money, it's a book about poverty, it's a book about what you do, or what you do when you're desperate. And that's one element of it. And for the plant, Baby, I also wrote this novel in 2020. So there's an initial draft of it that was completely set during the pandemic. And for Baby, who I often find myself doing a hand puppet when I'm describing him, he's in love, he's obsessed. And I do find that he's very controlling, and he's very violent, and he's not a nice dude, man. Do you know what I mean? And I think that as we potter around the world, whether we like it or not, we end up with pieces of our experiences that stick to us. And I think putting them down, where else are we meant to put them if not down on paper, you know? So leaning towards questions that I had that I was unable to answer in my own head, I suppose, is this the way? My own therapist had a field day with me calling the plant Baby 5 years ago, you know? And he really is. He's very young. He's only little. He's very hungry. But yeah, it's the whole process of writing fiction, I think, is an untangling as well as an inhabiting. You know, we're doing kind of an emotional Sudoku, I think, all the time. I don't know.
I find it quite. I like emotional Sudoku. I found it quite disturbingly easy, actually, to inhabit the mindsets of the stories in the book. Sometimes I do read a story that I've written and think, oh my God, is
Where did that come from?
the inside of my head? Because I think I'm quite a nice person. I think I'm hopefully a pleasant person most of the time, but like there's some darkness in all of us. And I think, like Ellen Sarah was saying, a lot of it is just, I'm so fascinated by the insides of other people's heads as well, and why people do what they do. Actually, in another life, I would like to be a forensic psychologist, because that's what I started to study when I went to uni, actually, because I'm so interested in why people do what they do, and also why people do things that they know are wrong in some way, however we're defining wrong, that we know is illegal, that we know is crossing a boundary, that we know harms someone. Why do we do these things? We do them for a reason. We might not think it's a good reason, but people still do them. So there's a story in No called Fangirls, which was one of my favorite ones to write, which is about 4 different women who are kind of orbiting around this murderer, a murderer who's in prison, who is never named and doesn't speak in the story. And they are connected to him in various ways. So there's his current fiancée, who he has met since being imprisoned. There's his ex-wife, who he's imprisoned for attempting to kill. There is the prison guard, who wants to make her name by writing a kind of tell-all book exposing his psychology. And then there's a teenage girl who has never met him, but kind of pretends to be him on like internet chat, but not really him, but like your kind of murder boyfriend, you know, to like be sexy for other girls. And that came from my fascination with a subculture of Columbiners, which are mostly teenage girls who are obsessed with the Columbine mass shooters. And they are like teenage girls with crushes. They make little pictures of them like you would of like a pop star, write little love notes to them, talk about how like if I knew them it would have been different, like I could have, it's the Beauty and the Beast thing, right? Like we're all completely ruined by having read Beauty and the Beast as children, I'm sorry. Every woman is like fully damaged by Beauty and the Beast. I blame it for so much. This thing of like, if I love him enough, he will change.
I can teach him to read.
I can change him. Yeah, I can teach him. I can change him. I'll be different. I'll be the different one. He'll murder everyone else, but not me. And I just find it so fascinating. And it's not unheard of for women to fall in love with serial killers, and I did base the character on, I won't name him, but a real life serial killer from the 70s who many, many women were obsessed with and proposed to and tried to sleep with, even though they knew exactly what he had done. They didn't deny for a second that he had raped and murdered women. They didn't deny that, but they felt they could see something in him, some humanity. He was a lost child. They could save him. Something in there. And I find that so fascinating. And I think that it's quite easy to write those women off as like, oh, they're crazy or they don't understand. But like, they aren't crazy and they do understand. And a lot of these women have quite a lot of social standing in the world. They have high-powered jobs, they're lawyers, they're doctors, they have children, they make a lot of money. They're not these little sad sacks that just want a man to control them. That's not what they are at all. And I think pretending that there's something wrong with these women is kind of just the easy way out. And I was really fascinated by, well, there's a reason. There's a reason that people are so fascinated. You know, there's a reason that it's mostly women who listen to true crime and read true crime. Women love horror. And a lot of people say, but why? But why? It makes perfect sense to me, but a lot of people still think this
Surely
is
it's that
strange.
tight intersection of fear and sex, right?
Yeah.
It's that exact line, you know, like, and that's a really... if I learn enough about the danger, I can become so strong and so clever that the danger will never affect me. In fact, I can make the danger love me.
Well, yeah, and also, what's safer? What's safer than a man in prison? He's not going to kill you.
That's a really good point, man.
He literally cannot kill you.
Yeah.
And I think, like, we all like to flirt with danger a little bit. I mean, not me, you're not going to catch me skydiving, but many people do enjoy flirting with danger. I think, again, to pretend that women don't, not all women, many women do not want to have sex with monsters would be a lie. Have you looked at the Amazon romance categories lately? There are many, many Sasquatch, sea monster. I'm sure there are plant. Plant.
There's one right there.
Like, There's, so, you know, to say, you know, there's mafia romance, there's mob boss romance. Like, to say that women aren't attracted to monsters would be a lie. But I think we need to remember the difference between reality and fantasy. When we're reading a romance book, that doesn't mean we want to do that in real life. When we are even lusting after a school shooter, that doesn't mean we want to really embody that. It's a flirtation, it's a desire, it's a taboo playing. And again, I just think, well, a man in prison, that's the ultimate way to play with a fantasy, because you know that they're dangerous, you know that they could hurt you, but they can't. So I found that really fascinating. That's not something that I personally, I mean, nothing in this book is something that I personally feel or have experienced. I actually do not have a cannibalism fetish, shockingly enough. But I found it fascinating to try and figure out why someone might feel that way. So yeah, it's just about, me being a failed forensic psychologist and putting it in a book instead.
I just want to point out that you have a bad guy, well, not bad, let's say he's controlling and concerning guy named Baby in your book, and I have a concerning and controlling guy named Daddy in mine.
Yeah, I noticed that instantly.
Yeah, as soon as you said that, I was like,
oh,
wow.
no.
Wow.
Cousins. Unbelievable. That's great.
That's
wild.
Wow. It's funny.
And one of them's
I like
into
that.
bugs and the other one is a plant.
That's amazing.
yeah.
We're practically we're a syllabus.
I know. Yeah.
That's
I
fantastic.
think there is like a course you could teach.
So yeah, someone's going to do a PhD.
Easily.
On,
Easily. That's deadly.
So I think another thread, and we've kind of been circling around it, that ties all these books together is that they are very much about women and the ways that they are surveilled and controlled. The women in these stories are alternately rewarded and punished for meeting or failing to meet expectations, and they police both themselves and each other. So can you each talk a little bit about how these stories are shaped by that uniquely female experience of social control?
Okay, I'll start. Yeah, I get asked a lot about, how do you write the female experience? And I find that interesting because I'll consult the hive mind. Yeah, there's only one. Yeah. I'll consult the big brain, the big female brain.
Hello,
Sky.
ladies.
Yeah. What do we think about this, ladies? Yeah, I mean, there are many, many, many female experiences. There are things that I've experienced that my wife, who's also a cis woman, has not experienced, and vice versa. There are things she has I haven't. There are many, many specific female experiences that I have not and never will experience. So I think there are certain things that I don't think that there's any way to group all women in the world together. And I often think about the taxonomies of natural history and how there's always ones that don't fit, like a platypus, right? Is it a mammal or is it an amphibian? It lays eggs, but then has a beak. It just doesn't fit. And I think a lot of scientists, natural scientists, get I imagine they get frustrated with the poor platypus because it doesn't, however you try and move the boundaries, it doesn't fit. And there's always going to be things that don't fit. So we can say, the female experience is this. And I might say, my female experience is this. But that many people will be like, I have no clue what you're talking about. And even as a mother, friends of mine who have children the same age, maybe we went to the same school, we had super similar upbringings, and they'll be like, you know what it's like being a mum when you do so-and-so thing? And I'm like, no, I've literally never ever done that. So there's really, although there's always overlap, I think it's hard to say what the female experience is. And I think every woman in the book is very, very different, and they deal with things very differently. I think they're all super angry and super lustful, and I guess that's just more about me than anything else. I wrote this when my child was 2, so if you've ever parented a 2-year-old, you may know the rage which you just constantly push down, darling, please eat your spaghetti hoops. So a lot of that, it's funny, the book is not about motherhood at all. I think there's maybe one pregnancy in the whole book and no children in the book. It's not about motherhood at all. But I think I wouldn't have written this book if I had not become a mother, because just the incredible upswelling of emotion. There's a story in the book about a woman whose wife is pregnant, and she becomes obsessed with feeding meat to this wasp's nest in her shed. And it's kind of paralleled with her being constantly belittled by the men in her job, and she feels like she's full of wasps all the time, and they're she has to have honey. She's everything she says has to be really sweet. She has to always speak in a really sweet, calm tone. She can't get frustrated. She can't get angry, because then she's a bitch. Then she's a shrew. She's a harridan. She doesn't know her place. Sweet, sweet, sweet. So she feels these wasps are buzzing inside her, but she's honey, 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 and she's choking on the honey. And that's my experience of the beautiful, beautiful joy that is motherhood. It's the absolute best thing I've ever done in my life, and also I have felt extremes of emotion such that I did not know existed.
I think it's interesting, the title itself, and you said that you wrote it when your wee one was 2. No is a love story to a toddler.
Yeah.
You're erecting a world which has boundaries around it. And I was a nanny for years, and they care less about the no of the nanny, I'll tell you that much. But I think that is interesting. While it's a playful and accurate and lovely title, it's also very true of a particular kind of child rearing, where you have to say, no.
The amount of times in a day I say the answer is no, the answer is no, the answer is no. Actually, the book is dedicated to my child, and it says, because you are 2 and your favorite word is no. But you're right, like when a child discovers the word no, that's such a beautiful moment. That's an empowering moment. And I love that it's like a big hot pink no. Really want to like embody the hot pink no in my life. That I think it's actually a really beautiful, empowering thing to be able to say no.
I was just thinking about that. It's like the first way that we're able to learn how to exert control to a degree. Yeah. I don't think that when I began writing Deliver Me that I was actively thinking about, like actively thinking, these are the themes that I'm going to explore. But I think once I started kind of like delving more deeply into it, I started realizing that like every character in the book and like the systems of power, like the society and stuff that was in the novel, they're all like proselytizing to Dee Dee, the main character, in some way. Like her ex-con boyfriend, Daddy, you know, is consistent. Like he's persistently kind of trying to tell her about like how hard his life is and how disposable men are, and why, you know, in this way of kind of trying to convince her about her own like lack of value in this really kind of subversive, like subtle kind of subversive way, and trying to get her to believe like these particular things about herself. And then all of the friends that she meets tend to do the same thing. And I guess like it's really interesting to me because as I was writing it, I started becoming more and more awake to like particular situations in my own life in which I had been subject to certain aspects of control or corrosive control for years and had not actually realized it. So I like had this like moment where I was like, oh my God, like you can just like live in that and not realize that's what's happening because maybe you've never seen it like another way.
But you're still processing it and still coming out onto the page.
But it was still, it was like still there, like in a lot of ways, which is just like kind of really, really interesting in how that works and like how you live like in an environment, you know, like even like in a society and all that, and just not even see how deep like the mechanism goes in terms of like what it's trying to control and like what it's trying to make you do.
I think the control thing is so interesting because it is like something in your question, Iris, that I've been thinking about is the ways in which women attempt to exert control over each other, which all under the patriarchy, that's, you know, we find ways to become each other's enemies. And it's something that I found very difficult to actually get out on the page, but was one of the great knots that I untangled in this novel. Shell, the protagonist, kind of finds a soft landing place in the other people who work in this shopping centre, and finds a kind of, in the way if you've ever worked in a shop and the shop is bad,
Yeah.
but the people you work with are great.
Yeah, comrades in arms.
Oh my God, the sort of the long gaze into the middle distance you do in the back room.
The fast blink.
Thank you so much. Can I get you anything else? And as long as there's 5 of you going through it together, it still feels like living, you know? It still feels like life. It still feels like going somewhere together. And in order to access this social group, Shell quite aggressively turns her back on her previous social life, which is one that she had sort of organically fallen into by virtue of her former fiancé's social life. She was sort of wives and girlfriended into a cohort of women who she didn't like her. And I think that's a deeply confronting thing that can happen in your 30s, that you wake up one day and you're among people who don't like you. I think the way that we are groomed to move in packs and not to answer the kind of call in our hearts of who are my people, which is also a scary call, to actually go and look for your people meaningfully and not just accept what you inherited from your childhood, your teens, or your partner. And for me personally, as somebody who deeply, deeply values friendships and I've had loves and losses within that world as much as I have romantically. And I really wanted to explore how frightening it can be. Like in Stephen King's It, the thing that isn't the thing, like, the clown, but like whatever, the spider in the sewers, all the monsters are scary. But what's really scary to the kids in the novel are the other kids. The other kids will pin you down and engrave their initials on your belly. Do you know what I mean? Like, the other people are as frightening as... Yeah, there's a plant in the mall that's eating your emotions and causing loads of trouble for everyone. But also you have to go to dinner with 3 women who hate you. And you have to bring a present for an unborn child who you will never meet. You know? Like witches, I think I'd rather take my
That
chances.
was my favorite scene in the book.
Thank you. I can't believe I got away with that one. Sorry. Not telling you anything about it. But it's a rancid energy.
Yeah, the vibes were, yeah.
Real bad. Real bad.
Rancid energy could be the name of this panel, really.
Rancid energy.
Oh, no.
It's a girl band. But I think I would rather take my chances with the plant. I would rather any day go hand to hand with a creature than I would with people who really, really didn't like me and were trying very hard to pretend they did. You know, lots of different kinds of ways to be afraid out there, you know? Yeah, that's... Sorry, horrible vibes. Really, really terrible time for everyone.
I think it's all about power as well.
It is. It is absolutely about power.
Yeah, this was very much on my mind. My last novel was about set in the Middle Ages, and it was about witches and witch trials.
Really
and
good.
I found it really fascinating to try and empathise with people who made the accusations, because I don't think that everyone who made a witch accusation was an evil person. I think that when you have no power and you're suddenly given an opportunity to be heard, it's really difficult not to take that.
And especially as an Irish person, I feel like that very much about like nuns and the church and cooperation with the patriarchy. And again, this is like the cost of survival, the cost of any social power, the cost of safety. Sometimes is your sister. You know, it's easier to be like...
Easier to punch down.
Always. To slam the door behind you, you know? I think that's confronting, but it's also the parable nature of fiction sometimes. Hopefully what you walk away from fiction like that with is a sense of, probably shouldn't do that to anyone else. Shouldn't be going around saying that people are witches, you know, or like probably shouldn't do that. You know, hopefully you'd gain a sense of the bigger picture from it. Yeah.
All right, so it's almost time for audience questions. Should we put the house lights up and just see if anyone's got something burning that they want to ask? Because I have a question.
We can see people.
But we can turn it over to the audience. Well, I want to ask.
Nobody ever wants to ask the first question.
Oh, okay, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, wait for the mic.
Hello. Oh, hi. I write for children. And I'm really curious to know from all of you, because I feel like the seeds of what freaks us out come from when we're kids. I want to know what the first thing that you read or remember reading was that really freaked you out.
Oh my God, that's a tough question. I have to think.
You
go. No, you go.
I didn't read it, I played it in a video game. In The Legend of Zelda, there's a Ocarina of Time, Nintendo 64, 1997. There is a landscape, a place you go called the Shadow Temple. And one of the creatures that comes for you in the Shadow Temple, if you're not fast, is a hand that descends from the ceiling, and only for a moment before it snatches you and puts you back to the beginning of the temple, which is annoying and inconvenient. There's this whispering noise that it makes when it comes down on you before it takes you away. And I found it paralytically frightening, and even describing it, I can still summon that feeling. Just that being spirited away and all the progress you've made, everything you've done. It's gone. Sorry.
Existential crisis.
Full existential crisis. 11 years old. Never recovered.
I can remember two things actually. So I had a Muppets annual, and I don't like anything like puppets, mannequins, anything that like looks kind of alive but isn't. It really freaks me out. But on the front page of on the front cover of the Muppets annual, all the Muppets were having a picnic, and then on the back cover, Animal had run in and all the Muppets were gone. Now I, as an adult, understand that the narrative is Animal has jumped out and scared them all away and eaten the picnic, but I thought Animal had eaten the Muppets. So I feel like this is like in writing, you often talk about like what's your character's fatal flaw, or like where does their damage come from? There we go, the Muppets, Animal eating the Muppets. And also I was really kind of freaked out yet fast. Of course, I looked at that Muppets annual like every day. I could have like told my mum I didn't want it anymore. No. Every day I looked at that picture just to like freak myself out more. And I was also really frightened of the Dali painting of Jesus on the cross that is at the Kelvin Grove in Glasgow. And now it's in its own like little special room, but it used to be at the end of a long corridor, if anyone remembers this. And so you used to like approach it. And I was little, so I remember just like approaching this painting and feeling, because it's from above, so Jesus is like from above, and then you see the whole world. And I have terrible vertigo anyway. And so I've always felt like if I walked too close to the painting, that I would fall into it. And they really freaked me out. I actually still read a lot of kids' horror. I have a collection of horror stories, Things We Say in the Dark, and my main influence on that book, even though it's very, very much an adult book, is actually kids' horror stories. Modern ones, I love the Chris Priestley books. Like, there's loads and loads of modern authors that are writing like middle grade horror that I absolutely love. And I also love a lot of them from the 70s and 80s that I had when I was a kid, because they have to hint. And I think that's what a lot of adult writers can learn from kids' books, is that you can't rely on violence or gore or swearing or shock. You just don't have those tools available to you, so you have to, but you can still be so frightening, and you can still convey so much by leaving things to the imagination or hinting. And as I think we've established, like, if you, like, none of those things that we were frightened of were actually like present in the thing. It's about our interpretation, or like us inhabiting those spaces that were left. So yeah, those are mine. And I think there's still a lot to learn from kids' books as well.
See, now I'm like Jungian psychologizing myself about, like, I was just like, oh yeah, so Goosebumps was one of them, but it was a particular story, and I don't know if you remember the cover, if anyone remembers the cover, it's the girl with like the green like mask on, and it's like she finds the mask in the store, and then she puts it on, and then she like can't take it off, and it like terrified me. And then they did like the TV series, which was like really good, and I'm like thinking, like, what is it about that was so terrifying? Like this sense that you couldn't like get outside of this thing, or the sense that people would perceive you in some way, I don't know. But the other thing that I do also remember like scaring me so deeply when I was a kid is my dad was obsessed with Stephen King, especially the movies. And so he would like binge watch before binge watching was like a thing. And so I remember I was made to watch like all like 7 hours of The Stand when I was like 11 or 12. But like I just still had, like, I grew up with this like intense fear of like a kind of apocalypse, you know? Like my dad would like prep stuff like for things, like for Y2K and stuff. And so I just grew up with like this fear of like, yeah, that like terrifies me. And like I'm like deeply like not Christian, but if I hear like this, if you stand like on the river, on the River Clyde, and you like hear them working on the ship, and that big banging like echoes through, my brain is like, it's the horns, it's all over, yeah. And I'm just like, why is it so haunting to me? And it won't let go. I like, no, it's not real, but like, it's kind of funny thinking about that, like with The Stand. So I'm like, okay, all right. It's very interesting. I think I have to dive into that mask thing more because I just don't understand it.
There's something there.
About it, yeah.
Mine was a Goosebumps too. I think there was one Goosebump. I might have just dreamed it. It might not exist. That was about like a big pink blob or something that was like coming, and it was sort of like set in the suburbs. I made this up, didn't I?
Was it Mr. Blobby?
Oh my God, what if? We didn't have him.
Oh.
We didn't have him.
He haunts my
just
dreams
like
still.
The idea that like scary things could happen in the daytime was like terrifying to me. And like in the suburbs, like where my friend lived, and it's like, oh, it could bad things can happen anywhere.
When Erie, Indiana came out, I was like, oh no, it can happen in the Midwest too. Yeah,
Not in the
it's
Midwest.
Like really funny. Yeah.
Yeah. Any more questions? Just up there. Mike. There it is.
Thank you for the discussion. I was wondering, you kind of talked about like getting kind of obsessed with like particular images or themes that you keep coming back to in your work. Is there anything that you haven't explored yet or would like to explore more in kind of the next thing that you're working on?
Yeah, I'm currently obsessed with the electric chair. And like, I mean, I'm always obsessed with Frankenstein. Like, I'm just always obsessed with like Mary Shelley also too, but I just can't stop thinking about what happens to a person when they are like literally like cooked to death. I don't know. It sounds. I don't want to get like too gory or like vulgar about it, but I can't stop thinking about it. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I'll go there.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
David Lynch died a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And when that happened, I felt very confronted about what a body of work looks like. And I don't really want to do anything by accident anymore. And my next novel next year is about a tabletop role-playing game. One third of it is set in the reality of the game, and 2/3 of it are set in real life. It's about people who are very cruel to each other and who play games. And the thing that has taken roost in the back of I'm also writing a novel about a haunted video game, but after that is finished, in 20,000 words time, we're so close. The thing that has taken roost in the back of my head that I can't stop thinking about is theme parks. And I think I have to write something about a deliberately constructed space that has gone bad. I'm thinking a lot about what the big picture looks like since David Lynch passed, and what it is to be weird on purpose doesn't sound right, but you know what I mean. Like, be intentional in the exploration. So it might be a while before I get to it, but yeah, I'm obsessed with theme parks fully.
Well, I have just a million things that I want to write about. I think that's why I keep going back to short stories, because you can like cover more ground, because there's so many things I want to write about. I always love to ask writers what's off-brand about them. And the off-brand thing about me is I love pro wrestling. Which I think is super on brand, but
I kind of think it's on brand, man. I think that's,
right?
it's on the money. I get that. I
think
see that.
So.
Yeah.
So I've been saying for literally about 5 years that I want to write a book about pro wrestling, and I feel like I've been talking about it for so long that I can't. I have all the notes and everything, been researching and everything, but I probably will never do it. But one day I want to. But really briefly, my current obsession is so my next novel. I mean, don't expect this in the next 7 years or something, but it's a Victorian set novel, and it's loosely based on these 3 real women who I became really fascinated with. And very briefly, one of them, Julia Pastrana, so the characters are called Julia, Sarah, and Hannah, so they're named after these real women. Julia Pastrana was a Mexican woman who had what's called hypertrichosis, so completely covered in hair, her face, her whole body covered in hair. The characters in my novel are covered in, they're 3 sisters who are covered in hair. And she was kind of displayed by her manager, who she married, and they kind of traveled around and performed at freak shows, as they were called. And then she died in childbirth, and her husband had her and the baby mummified and continued to display their bodies until such time as freak shows kind of fell out of favor. So he couldn't really do that anymore, and then he died. They didn't have any descendants, and her body kind of like passed around various people and ended up in this warehouse, just kind of forgotten. And it did have a happy-ish ending in that her body a few years ago was repatriated to Mexico, and there was a beautiful festival of music and art, and it was properly buried. And I'm fascinated that for a while, for decades, her body existed in this liminal state, that it had no value as an object, but it also wasn't being treated like a human. Like, we wouldn't tend to put someone's body just in a warehouse and forget about it. So that really fascinates me, is when is a body, who does a body belong to? Did you know legally you do not own your own body? Nobody else does either, but you don't. If you get a limb amputated, you can't have it. Did you know that? I discovered that recently. Sarah Russell Rich was kind of the Gwyneth Paltrow goop of her day. She had a company called Beautiful Forever, where she had all these lotions and potions. She also held these salons where all the women came and tried out. It was like an Avon party, like tried all the things. And it became like they would all talk about their personal lives and things, which she later used to blackmail them, and became very, very rich by blackmailing all these women who had bought her beauty products. She had a very exciting life. And I'm also really fascinated by a woman whose name has gone out of my head, Hannah Hannah Colwick, sorry, who was a working class woman, a servant, who was in this very strange and fascinating relationship. There are several books about this, with this man called Arthur Munby, who was an upper class man who was obsessed with working class women and kind of fetishized them in a way. But they, again, had this decades-long relationship and eventually married, but all records suggest they never actually had a sexual relationship, but they were completely obsessed with one another. And he loved, like, the dirtier and grosser she got, the more, like, holy he thought she was. She was, like, purified by hard labor, basically. And they would do things like, if she had to scrub the step, which was his favorite thing for her to do, because it was all covered in, like, muck and horse shit, and she became very dirty, and she would, like, rub the dirt, kind of accidentally rub the dirt on herself, you know. But she would say, you know, I'm gonna do the step at 11. And so he would, like, because she worked for a different family, and they couldn't have a relationship publicly because they were from different social classes, and that was extremely taboo at the time. So he would, like, go past, she'd be scrubbing the step, and he'd be, like, watching her. And I find it so fascinating because we talked about power, and, like, I find that dynamic so fascinating because who has the power? He had the social power, but she had to scrub the step anyway. So why not be observed? Why not be idolized while scrubbing the step? And I find it fascinating, this contradiction that, like, the lower she got, the higher he saw her, but then he was also objectifying her in a way. And yeah, anyway, I'm absolutely fascinated by all of these three women who in real life were not sisters and didn't know each other, but I'm taking from their lives and creating characters from them. I feel like being a writer is just like getting obsessed with things over and over and over.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's just about all the time that we have left. I want to say there will be a signing just over there. You can buy the books just over there. You can go on the internet and pre-order Sarah's book. And I just really want to say thank you so much, Kirsty, Sarah, Elle, and Bernard. And thank you to the festival and Lemon Tree staff and to Waterston staff. And thank you so much to all of you for joining us here today.
Thank you, Eris. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you for